Right. Yeah. So, I wanted to talk about gun violence. Gun violence here in America, and apparently some other places too. I'm finding out news about. But yeah, I want to talk about gun violence, and we'll start with the Highland Park shooting, right? So yeah, in Highland Park. Oh, you're in Australia. Okay. Yeah. In Highland Park, I think you guys know the details. It's not much like I need to tell you there. We had yet another slaughter, right? Just another bout of mass death and chaos here in the States. You know, just another Monday. I don't mean to make light. I'm gonna make comments like that again, like during the stream, but I want to make it clear that it's like I'm not making light of the carnage. I'm making light of how America takes these things, right? That we don't take these things seriously. So be very clear, right? Like the death is. That just sticks with you, like for me. Yeah, thinking about those people whose lives are shattered, not just the dead, of course, but you know, the people they've left behind, and the people who like got wounded, because not something that we usually think about, right? Like the numbers, the headline numbers are usually like the dead because they're dead, and you know, I guess that makes sense, but the wounded too, right? Those people are I mean, they have little scars in their body, and when they think about that, right, when you think about those scars, they're gonna remember the day that happened, right? Like a day of utter tragedy. That shit gets seared in people's minds, right? That's yeah, a very convenient package for, you know, PTSD, right? Like, you want to traumatize someone quick, it's a good way to do it. And beyond that, like so just stepping away from the PTSD for a second, right? I think people don't understand like what it is. You know what, that's something maybe we should look into for this conversation, to have a deeper dive into that, right? Talking about how like a bullet affects a person. That's actually something we might actually want to focus on tonight. How like a bullet entering like a human body, like you can survive. Lots of people survive gunshots, but then there's the recovery. I had seen an article, or maybe it was a video, I forget, but a woman was talking about how she was at one of America's many mass shootings. I don't remember which one it was, whatever, but she was at one of them, and then she got shot. You know, she survived, and the months, maybe even years of recovery that she had to go through. And this is a while since I saw this particular thing, but I'm not sure if she ever like fully even recovered, right? And we don't even factor that in. Like, we don't talk about that. We talk about like the dead. But the fact of the matter is, for the dead, their suffering is over. The people who get like physically hurt like that, I mean, you can get hurt, you can get shot and have to have like an arm removed, right? Like, that's a thing that happens. You might have an arm removed if the injury is bad enough, or of course, you know, be paralyzed the rest of your life. And we don't talk about the immense suffering that cause. It doesn't really factor in. We don't like check in with those people, right? Like once everything's over, like that part's like not memorialized, you know, people's like ongoing pain like that. I saw, so going back to Uvalde, I saw a video today in which one of the teachers who was at the you know, the previous big massacre here in the States, I saw a video today in which, you know, I showed one of the guys, the teachers, he has some sort of cast, and it seemed like from the cast, right? I was looking at it closely, and it seemed like he had like this container, this clear container, and it looked to me, and I could be wrong, I don't know, but like it was like collecting fluid that was coming out of his arm, because that's a thing that happens sometimes, right? Like you get like fluid buildup. And it's like this whole cast, like it was a very serious thing, and we really don't take the time to consider those physical scars, right? And then of course there's the mental scars. And then there's that as well. There's the people who are traumatized and don't want to go outside. I mean, like they thought they were safe, you know, at a parade, 4th of July parade. They thought they were safe. I'm sure they saw police around them, and you know, I'm sure they're. Oh, I guess I'm not entirely sure about that. But I imagine their city isn't completely and utterly crime-ridden. And you know, it's daytime, good family fun. Imagine being like the person who urged your family to go that day, right? Like here's just like a scenario, like a very believable scenario that could have happened. Like you are, you know, this is going to be this event, and let's say you're the father, or the mother. It's fine, doesn't matter. And like, you know, you want to have a day out with the kids, and the kids say, you know, like I don't want to go, you know, like I'd rather stay in, I'd rather do other stuff, right? Be like, no, this is family get together time, and then you take your kids out into the line of fire, right? Like you, obviously it's not your fault, of course it can't be your fault, right? But you inadvertently put your kids in danger. Maybe one of them gets shot. A lot of people got shot. Do put a lot of bullets out there. A lot of you got shot. Your kid is shot, and you're in the hospital with them later on. And you're his father or mother. And you did nothing wrong, but you're in that hospital looking at your child, maybe clinging to your life. They could be in critical condition, maybe stable, right? One or the other. You're looking at your kid there with this injury, something they're gonna carry for life, and you are just laden. You just laden with guilt, right? That's a thing that happens. Yeah. You're just laden with guilt. Like, how do you deal with that as an individual? Like, if I just let them stay on, they didn't even want to go, and now they're in the hospital. But this is the thing. These are like the mundane interactions that happen, and how people like process like trauma like this. You know, it's just a very mundane thing that goes on. Yeah, I don't know, man. I these are things that go through my mind. They go through my mind when I'm consider these things, like the human toll. And there are people who aren't even shot. right? So like you and your family members and your friends who maybe you go there and you weren't shot, right? You weren't hurt, injured in any way. Those people walk away with PTSD, right? Like we don't, and I don't know how to measure this, right? So like, it's like a deficiency, but I'm not exactly sure how if it's something that we could overcome. But like, we don't really measure the scale of human trauma in that way, how it ripples out. And that trauma can become generational. You know, people don't think about that, right? Like some people hold on to this trauma forever and then, you know, impart that trauma onto their kids. It's, how do you measure that? You really can't. But people, and when it comes to gun trauma, it happens every day in the States, right? In terms of mass murders, that's just mass murders. In terms of mass murders, that's every day. In terms of just regular shootings, right, with either no casualties or someone just getting wounded, or just like 1 or 2 people dead, which wouldn't count as a mass shooting, then that happens just every day, multiple times a day, all around this country. We have that, and like that's what we're not even gonna talk about that part, right? That's just regular gun violence that happens in this nation. I don't put much time or thought into that, you know? So like the scale of this trauma, like I have a friend from my childhood. Actually no, I'm thinking of someone else. I'm thinking of a coworker, excuse me. But a coworker who I had told me about like how her father was like a New York City cab driver and got like shot, you know? Like over fucking nothing. Guy lost his life over fucking nothing. His daughter grew up about him. Just gone. Just blown away. For fucking nothing. Fucking few dollars. That's how cheap life is. And how easy it is to take it away when you have weapons. Like murder weapons out there. Very easy. It's the scale of trauma. Like, the scale of trauma, man. Yeah. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I'm sorry. We haven't really jumped into what we're talking about. I mean, but it's just all these ways I consider. These are the things that go through my mind when I hear about this, or maybe sometimes they don't go through my mind, because in this country, gun violence is so epidemic that like it's like I hear, oh, it's another mass shooting. Like I wonder, oh, where is it? Okay, it's nowhere near anyone I know of, right? Or at least is in my immediate sphere, or anyone I can think of in my extended sphere. And so, like, okay, well, they're probably okay. Everyone's probably okay. And then time to move on. All right, just another bout of incredible carnage here in the States. Yeah. So, and I feel more guilty then, you know, that like, nah, not even consider it. But like those are lives lost. Those are lives lost. Those are lives lost. All right, you guys are trying to say stuff to me. I wasn't paying attention to it because I was, you know what I'm saying. Only Fact says, I was friends with the doctor that was targeted and killed in the Tulsa hospital shooting. I am friends with the doctor that was and we used to play ball at the gym all the time. I'm just a faraway gym friend, and I'm in shock. So, only fact, Dr. Shooting. I think I know what you're talking about. Wasn't it like if I'm not mistaken, then I apologize. Maybe you're talking about another incident. There's so many incidents of gun violence, it's hard to keep track of. But I believe it's the incident of the African American doctor. He was an older gentleman, I thought. And a patient blamed him for maybe having some sort of ongoing symptoms after some sort of surgery, right? And then came and shot up his office and killed him. Is that the person you're referring to? Only fact? If not, then I apologize. I don't mean to. Yeah, there's just so many acts of violence. Marjorie Stone Douglas High School. I saw a person. I was watching a video. I saw a person wearing a shirt from that high school. I'm like, I know that high school. I remember the name. I'm like, I know that was involved in a mass slaughter. I just couldn't place it. I couldn't place it. It's like, which one was it? And it just went in my head. I just couldn't place it. And I had to look it up. It was Parkland, the Parkland shooting. And it was a place where those high schoolers like actually made like a bit of a movement behind it. But I couldn't place it. There were so many. I just you'll lose track at some point in time. Like they'll bring up a mass murder in the news sometimes, like one in the past, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that one. I remember, yeah. This is not the way it happens in other countries, right? It's like a mass murder happens because gun violence does occasionally happen in other countries, and we'll talk about it a little later on. But mass murders happen in other countries, and then those are big national tragedies that the country just stands still for. Like, how could this happen in our and it'll be like 4 people who were killed, right? But like, how could this happen? These are huge moments for those other countries, not for us. There were just so many. I was like, yeah, it's like an album that dropped, like like for a song that from an artist that you know of. Yeah, I think I remember that song off that album. Yeah, that was 3 years ago, right? That's what it is, though. There was just so many. So it's at some point it's completely unremarkable, and it's just like another tragedy on top of it all. At some point you just don't know what to say. Rabbit Wombat says, in the New Kids in the Hall documentary, one of the guys talks about sitting in front of a school shooter and how it's never left him. No peace even 40 years later. New Kids in the Hall. Is that about Columbine? Could you explain, Rabbit Wombat? I don't know what that's referring to. Which shooter? But the guy talks about sitting in front of a school shooter. In front of? Was this during the violence that like he was near the person, or that he just knew the person and then the violence happened later on? Give me more details. I don't know what you're talking about, but like this sounds pretty interesting. But I hear that what you're saying, that no peace even 40 years later. Well, 40. If it's 40 years later, excuse me, then it's not Columbine. All right, never mind. If it's 40 years later from Columbine, didn't happen that long ago. Which, if you could New Kids in the Hall, yeah, if you could elaborate on that, Rabbit Wombat. I don't know what you're referring to, but thank you for that comment. Okay. Scrolling. Mordecai says the sad thing is that people keeping the gun lobby alive wouldn't bother paying for the healthcare to provide therapy. Good point, Waterkai. Shout out to you, Waterkai. That's a very good point. So many of those individuals who in Congress pro-life individuals, remember, pro-life, who will protect the gun industry till the day they die because they get paid by them, right? And we'll talk about one of those guys actually too. We have an article about one of those individuals, but yeah, who will absolutely positively defend the gun industry, will not provide a system to guarantee healthcare for those individuals. That's another thing. I hadn't even considered that. Waterkai, thanks for that comment, because I hadn't even considered it. The financial damage. We live in America, right? At least, sorry, I do. I live in America. I don't know where you all live in, but I live in America, and in America, like, we don't have a functioning healthcare system for many individuals. Many people are uninsured. How many people like involved in these shootings have no health insurance? And if you get hurt, like, I mean, if you get hurt any amount, right? Let's say a small amount, right? Immediately the calculations you're doing is like, how bad am I hurt? Do I have to go to the hospital? Can I take care of this at home? It's not, hey, let me get myself in front of a doctor to make sure I'm okay. It's like, can I take care of this problem at home? Is it that bad that I have to go to the hospital? Because if I go to the hospital, it will financially ruin me. For something minor too. It could financially ruin me. Imagine if it's not something minor. And there's no choice. You go there, you're walking away with 200,000, 300,000, or a million plus bill. A million plus. It's a possibility. Ruined. You're ruined. And if you have a family, they're ruined. Right? Like, sorry kids, no college because of the medical debt. Because we don't pay for that either, because I don't give a shit about kids, right? Again, from the pro-life party too. Then again, Democrats also, I shouldn't be, to be fair, corporate Democrats also don't support any of these things as well. So, but they're practically fucking Republicans. I say that all the time, so whatever. So yeah, that's the thing that happens as well, right? Like, people are financially devastated by this. It's another form of trauma that we don't really take into account. We don't, how lives are changed in this nation all the time. All the time. Yeah. It's like vibes that people that were not shot may have a lifetime trauma and they're that trigger something. There was an incident in, I think it was Philadelphia. I don't know. But they had a celebration on 4th of July, and you know, someone like tossed firecrackers and said it's a gun, and you know, there was like a huge stampede of people running because they thought they were about to die, because, oh, I live in America and it's a very real possibility that, yeah, that's a gun. So beyond that, people who aren't even there, there's a trauma to this nation. There's a deep-seated trauma that people are holding on to when it comes to these to this gun violence. A deep-seated trauma that, like, it doesn't play itself out the way, like, you know, so for, at least I don't think, for people who are there directly, but like, people are scared. People think twice. You shouldn't have to think twice about taking your family to a fucking parade. I think parades are kind of lame, but like, I think you should be safe to do that. Like, to go out, to, like, fucking like a Mardi Gras situation, right? Imagine, God, fucking hell. I'm curious how New Orleans handle these things, but like, imagine Mardi Gras, right? Like, I'm thinking, God, that's like, I don't even want to speak these words into life, but like, someone on, like, on a rooftop of Mardi Gras, on those packed streets where you can't run. Imagine. But like, any American can imagine that, right? I mean, you can. we had the incident in Las Vegas from the hotel, right? From that hotel where the guy from a hotel room took out his high-powered automatic gun or something. I don't fucking know. And targeted that country music festival and just mowed people. It was like 50 dead. It was one of the greatest, sorry, excuse me. One of the most horrific mass shootings we've had, which is saying something here in the States. It was like 50 dead. Again, I'm doing it myself, right? Because I'm not even counting the wounded. But I think it was 50 plus people dead. In a concert area where it's difficult to run away. Yeah. That's the thing that happens here. So, level of trauma, man. You just, the scale of it. Just about every day someone tries to avoid paying. I guess I mean, guns are so easy to get. They give them to all the crazy mofos. Exactly. Okay, so scrolling down. Fisher Rice Daddy says, wait, are we going to act like trauma, especially trauma caused by violence, isn't something that has been going on throughout human history? Venezuela has something called Han, that is a generational, excuse me, trauma, and regularly caused to the violence we dealt with for centuries. What are we acting like that? Hello, Rice. Thanks for being here. Nice to have you. Are we acting like that? Are we? I don't know why are we acting like the trauma is that's something, but trauma is something new in human history? No, I'm not. When did I say that? Talking about gun violence. So I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something in your point. Maybe you're just trying to add to the situation, rather than like critique it. Because I certainly didn't say that. Yeah, gun violence is a horrible thing, but it's something certainly unique in American society, right? The amount of gun trauma we have here is something absolutely unique. This is something this is something new, like gun trauma. Like on this scale, yeah, nowhere else in human history. Like war zones, I'm curious actually, like if you start piling up the dead, like it's comparable to war zones like in the US, right? But like it's a generalized thing because a war is like a moment in time, right? It can be a very long moment in time because some wars go for a very long time, but it's like a moment in time where like you are expecting violence, right? People in Ukraine right now who are still there are expecting violence. That's its own kind of special trauma, certainly, right? But they're in war. They've lost territory. Missiles are falling. They're very aware of this, right? It's something very different where you are in a place of quote-unquote peace, right? And then violence just happens to you. And then it just happens again and again and again. Like, not only does it happen to you, but then later on, you're re-traumatized by all the other further mass shootings that happen afterwards, right? And it just happens and nothing ever gets done about it. That's something unique. That is unique. But if we're talking about trauma in general, well, of course that's not. So, I don't know. Maybe I missed your point, so I don't want to go too hard into that. At this point, considering our data is already breached, I think it would be a reasonable idea to check social media and background checks. We'll actually talk about social media in a second too, as well. I haven't actually. So it's not just gonna be me talking. I was going to look at some articles where we deep dive into this. So it's not just like me spitting my thoughts. So we'll look at some articles. I just haven't gotten past this part. So Audible Pleasures. Oh, that's a pretty cool name. I'm trying to provide context and a counterpoint, but you're legit saying no thanks. Okay, maybe you're talking to someone else. All right. All right, you guys are mostly talking to yourself. Death to certainties. Our friend Wick says, all the important people live in live in America. That's perfect. Yeah, that's true. They're just scared losing their guns. If you're not a crazy person, you don't have to worry. But so you guys are talking about Japan. We'll get to Japan later on. Just like at Euro farmers getting gunned down after years of having no social or political power. I don't know what you're talking about, Noms. Maybe give us a bit more context. America seems to be a trauma-producing machine. Yeah, America's a trauma-producing machine. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Rice later said, a gun trauma like a violent trauma. Sure, yeah, but not all traumas are the same, all right? Like, the violent trauma of getting your ass kicked, right, and robbed is different from gun violence, right? These things affect you in different ways. And affect society in different ways. It affect the general sense of safety in different ways. Especially the amount of, like, you know, compared to, like, getting your ass beat, right? So, like a gang coming around and kicking people's asses. Like, that's a different type of fear than that, like, your life can immediately be stolen immediately. Like, in a fraction of a second. You're just walking along, or, you know, at a fucking parade. Or, you know, your child in their elementary school and they get gunned down like that, all right? And like in less than a second their lives are lost. It's a different sort of trauma. Not all trauma is the same trauma. I don't know why you're like trying to I don't know why you're like mixing these things. Like, it's all right. Your mom is a moment in time, and you can do better than that. Like, I believe in you. I believe you can do better. Narsock says, do you think we have come too far now since the media has glorified being a mass killer? Even if we take guns, I think the taboo of being an infamous killer will repeat itself no matter what. I don't think so. First of all, by take guns, if you're talking about like a massive confiscation scheme, right? That's the dream, but you know, it's not gonna happen. It's just gonna be a dream, unfortunately. But like, if we physically took the guns, then no, I don't think that would happen. Like, the problem with the guns, you think other people in other countries, the disturbed individuals, don't dream of being an American mass murderer, right? And having that infamy? There are other people who like look at our gun violence and, like, you know, look at it wistfully. Like, if only I was there, right? Or if only I had a hand on a weapon, I could teach those people, you know, who I hate, like my classmates or whatever the fuck, right? My coworkers, I teach them who was boss. There are people who do that. That definitely happens. You know it happens, right? Like, you know that happens. So yeah, like that, fuck, that without a doubt happens in our nation, or sorry, in other nations, right? But they don't have access to weapons, so it's not a problem, right? Or gun violence, right? They may take their mental illness out on other people in other ways, but not mass slaughter. Not mass slaughter. They just don't have the opportunity to do so. So no, I don't think if specifically about your question, we take the guns away, then no, I don't think it will happen, because it can't happen. Yeah, so I guess I'd start with that. But in terms of glorifying, all right, even we take guns, I think the taboo of being an infamous killer will repeat itself no matter what. I mean, I don't know. So even if we don't take all guns away and have some sort of like strict gun control, people still have guns, but like a very strict gun control regime, will it happen? Like, I mean, I guess I would just say just, yeah, disturbed people will just continue to be born. And so people who would idealize those shooters, I think that even before our current era of like endless mass shootings, like the fact that we have mass media equals that, like, that killers will to an extent be glorified to an extent, right? Because it's news, right? Like people, like women fell in love with Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy, the infamous murderer of women. There were women who afterwards, when they saw Ted Bundy on the news all the time, looking relatively handsome. People say like he was like drop dead gorgeous. I don't know. I mean, okay, guys, I'll look up Ted Bundy right now. Maybe I'm underestimating him, but Ted Bundy. Let me see. Let me just take a quick look at this guy. He's pretty handsome. Oh yeah, I guess he was pretty handsome. Yeah. Fair enough. It was pretty handsome. But yeah, people still like the murder of women. Oh, sorry. That was weird. But the murder of women fell over him afterwards. Because yeah, the media had his face all over the place, right? But it is news. It is news. This guy was killing women all the time. So I think that mass media is that. I'm not sure it's something that we can. It's something I want to talk about later on. Is it even possible? And is the media's fault to be, like quote unquote glorifying mass shooters? It's not clear to me, like what they should do, because like it's news, and you can like not say the guy's name. Sure, that's some news outlets do that, right? They'll say the name the shooter once, but then they won't repeat the name again, right? And maybe they'll avoid showing the picture of that individual as well. Yeah, but like if anyone wants to learn it, right, and like fix it, the type of people who it seemed like would fixate on these individuals were the type of people who could like do a simple Google search and find out the name and the face of this individual, right? So I don't know how much the control the media has for these things. I mean, I could see like a spectrum, and that at some point it becomes a bit irresponsible. I could imagine purely irresponsible coverage on these things, but especially in the beginning, you gotta cover it. So, a gun saved us from getting jumped one time in high school. Yeah, that can happen. Hello, creepy creepo world. That's a pretty cool name. Thanks for being around. I'm way behind the chat. I can score a gun in Utah as easy as pills. We aren't built like that here. Giga Datum says, funny you saying this. I should Abe got said. I don't think he's actually dead. But we'll at least not the last time I had seen. Let's see this update. I was gonna talk about the Japan thing, but no, he's gravely injured, so it's not, as far as I can tell, unless you guys have new information. Right now it's just saying he's gravely injured. That's an interesting article. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Water Kai, thank you for that article on Japan. A weird day for it, but Giga Datum, I'm not sure if you're still here, right? Funny how you're saying this at Shinzo Abe. Yeah, you know why it's a big deal in Japan? One, it's a politician got shot, right? And guys, in case you don't know, the former prime minister of Japan has just gotten shot. I was going to talk about it later on, but you guys keep bringing it up, so fair enough. The former prime minister, the one just before last, right? So this would be Trump getting shot, right? So like the one before last, or the one before the current, excuse me, is just was shot and is gravely injured. And this happened like 2 hours ago. But like, yeah, like Giga Datum, like this doesn't mean much. It's shocking in Japan because they don't have gun violence. They nearly eliminated all gun violence. So yeah, it's fucking weird. It's not weird if it happens here, right? And gun violence is not an odd thing here at all. So yeah, it actually is a big deal. It's a big fucking deal here in Japan. Less so here. Anyway, There's like box sets of infamous killers and their stories, and people buy Bundy merch. Yeah, you're right. Niner Socks, exactly. See, that seems a bit more irresponsible. Niner Socks, Diamond Hands out there. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, that sounds a bit more responsible. You know, when it came to fuck, so many mass shootings. Sometimes it takes me a while to remember which one. The one in Connecticut with the 19 dead white babies, right? You guys know the one. But when it came to that elementary school, they demolished the whole elementary school, right? And if you remember, they like cordoned off the entire area because they didn't want people to like take a piece of the school, and like sell it online as memorabilia. That's the thing they were worried about, that people would do that, take a piece of the school where 19 little white babies were murdered, right? And 2 adults. I believe it was 2 adults, yeah. To be fair, I don't want to forget them. But that they were shot and killed, and someone might like take that online. It's like, oh, here's a piece of the school, and make some profit off of that. There's some merch, guys. It'll end up on eBay. It'll end up on eBay. That's the thing that happens. So yeah, I hear you, Diamond Hands. Fitter Festus, I wonder if there was anything in the Constitution about this. Would it take an amendment to get rid of guns? Yeah, it would take an amendment. Hopefully one day. 127 million people, 10 gun deaths a year. Oh, you're talking about Japan? Yeah. Yeah, so actually it's a big fucking deal. It's a big fucking deal when they get shot. Yeah, actually, it's surprising. 10 gun deaths a year. In America? Wow. With our population size, we could expect 30 or 40 gun deaths a year, right? If we scaled properly. But we don't. Anyway, Japan has strict gun control, and the former prime minister has just shot. Yeah, you guys are making like the worst fucking point, guys. Like, it's an embarrassing point. Are you serious? Are people serious? Are you seriously comparing Japan to America and gun violence, right? And saying, oh, this proves something. Yeah, it proves how incredibly rare it is. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Now I see it. Oh, yeah. I see my future now. Oh, okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you for showing me my future. Okay. As a person who argues with other people on the internet, I'm going to be dealing with conservative morons coming through here, right? And talking about, well, Shinzo Abe got shot, so the gun control is pointless. Clearly. That's my future. Thank you for giving me that. I'm seeing in there. I'm seeing idiot after idiot after idiot make that point. All right. Thank you for that. I need to prepare myself for a level of stupidity. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on. What is the reason you can't own a flip box cutter from Home Depot in my neighborhood? Who voted for that? Can't get a box cutter? I have a box cutter. Like a box cutter like this? Got one of those. Got this at work a long time ago. Like I won it like I was like a most valuable worker or something like that. I don't know what it was, and it was like a raffle, and then they gave me this thing. It's supposed to like glow in the dark, but like it like never really has. Like it's like a fish, like a fish thing. I don't know. All right. Well. Alright, ignore that. Charles Manson, yes. Links, yes, indeed. Charles Manson, another one. Hey, Tones Girl, thanks for being around. Ted Bundy had crazy eye. Oh, you don't think Ted Bundy is hot? Ted Bundy was an a-hole? Well, yeah, he was. Well, yeah, fair enough. But maybe Tones Girl was saying that I'm so far behind that I don't know what the fuck you guys were referring to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'm just like slowly working my way through your comments here. I'm interacting with you guys, but I'm enjoying this, enjoying the interaction. It's a lot of fun. Maybe white America is using these psychopathic white boys as drones to minimize the population. What? Became beside. What was that? And our socks righties don't read past the headlines, so we put the name inside the article. Game over, no mass shootings, boom. You're absolutely right, Diamond Hands. Yeah. Okay. Just scrolling by, seeing your comments. 90% of gun violence is peaceful in Japan. 92% of the gun violence is peaceful in Japan. Could you rephrase that, Red Rover? I don't understand what you're saying there. USA, how is violence peaceful? I don't get that. Question, Ali says USA is influencing them, maybe. Better says, I heard there was some shocking news that stunned people on the 4th. So I think maybe you're making a larger point that I'm missing. Japan, our last PM got shot. America, hold my beer, right? Hey, Zep4, thank you for the follow. Yes, we do, Javanti. I don't know what you're referring to, but you tell me later. People build by it too, sadly. King G-Dorda says, geez, that's fucking grim. What are you guys all referring to? I'm so far behind, I'm sorry. A former leader getting shot means more than a kiddo, I'm sorry. I worked at a job that had oh, B Dander, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Oh, that's all the kind of you. B Dander is a really cool supporter. Thank you. Shout out to B Dander for constantly supporting this community, supporting the channel, being out there for us. We definitely appreciate it, guys. If you like the channel, like the content so far, support the channel, sub to the channel, $5. Supports the channel a lot. You get the channel after you viewing, get our emotes. We'll be keeping this channel up and running. We give this content all the time. So yeah, consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits, or like B Dander just did, or gifting subs. But thank you, B Dander, for constantly being really cool and helpful to this community. More like 10 gov deaths an hour, yeah, right? I think the hose. Okay. Prime is armed. Yeah. Just in case you know, right? You come for me, I'm armed. Morons argue, morons, the rest of us laugh at the dummy dance. I don't know what Fredder's point is here, but they don't send certain ones to my zip code. Oh, you mean just like they don't send box cutters to your zip code? Interesting, box cutter. Yeah. So looks like I've just about caught up. Red River says I was memeing on BLM protests, but you're kind of far back in the chat right now. Okay, well, yeah, I just caught up. Javanti says, you asked if we knew about a shooting in Connecticut. Yes, the Sandy Hook. Yeah, Sandy Hook. Thank you. I couldn't remember the name. Sandy Hook, indeed. Link says, United States versus Cruikshank, which allows states to restrict guns for minorities in the United States. V. Miller, which said the Second Amendment obvious purpose was for militia. Too bad that hasn't, taken into effect. It can and has been interpreted different ways. Absolutely. Absolutely. We are just insane in this country. Insane. And some people just think this is just the proper state of affairs. That the deaths of these individuals, that's okay. That there are some people in this chat, I'm sure, some people in this chat who think that the cost of those people's lives, and of course people shot, and just the immense, endless trauma being caused by guns here is worth it. Is worth the Second Amendment as it's currently being interpreted, right? It's just worth it. The guns flooding America, this just the cost of fucking freedom, we'll say. Like the insanity, the incredible insanity of it all. It's like, oh, and it's not like I can't get behind myself. I can't get behind having guns for self-defense, certainly, right? The gun that Highland Park shooter used, did he need that gun? If he had a handgun, just a regular semi-automatic handgun, right, for protection, right? That's what self-defense is what they're always talking about, right? I think proper gun owners would know that, yeah, you would just need a fucking handgun, right? But the killing machine that he had access to, we hand out like murder machines in this country. We just just spread murder machines, and then we're like shocked when there's murder on a mass scale. Who would have thought? Who would have seen it coming? The murder machines that we're giving out were used for mass murder. It's amazing, right? It's amazing. I can. It's like, look. I'm not unrealistic, right? I have my dream, and it's to take away all fucking guns, absolutely, right? But yeah, I get it. It's not gonna happen. Not happening. It is what it is. It's not reality. I can work within that. But like, you know, there could be reasonable exceptions, like, you know, hunting rifles, however you may define that, because if you get a gun nut in here, they'll tell you about, like, well, what's the difference between a hunting rifle and an assault rifle? Well, I could give you an example that's in between. Like, I give a shit. Like, what? No. It's like we can work these things out. We can actually categorize things if we want to, right? If we really want to, we can draw a line. And things will be in the gray zone, but that's okay, right? And then we'll deal with those gray zones. But yeah, we can make broad categorizations, right? And so, like, yeah, people can have hunting rifles and they can hunt, right? That's cool. Yeah, that's a thing you can do. And then you can have handguns for, you know, self-defense. That are, like, you know, under strict regulations and how and when you can use them, of course. But, like, yeah, we can do things like that. You know, like other countries do. Other countries accomplish that. We could do that. Instead, we hand out machines that can just, like, spit an endless number of bullets out, like, per second, just stream of death coming out that you don't use for hunting and not for, like, you use them for warfare. They're straight up warfare machines that we hand out in this nation, like, used to, the only purpose is to kill a mass number of people, and then we're surprised when a mass number of people die. Chibok says that a shooter hunter, the round doesn't have the power needed in a hunting round. It's just not designed as a hunter round or a hunting load. What? I'm confused. So we're talking about a specific type of round. Chibahawk, thanks for being here. But what's your overall point? You're saying that, like, is this the round that the like, which one are you talking about specifically? I don't know. I don't know how that particular round relates to exactly what I was talking about. Oh, okay. So the Chibok. Okay, all right. So that's what the AR-15 fires. Okay. Thank you. All right. So you're saying that that type of weapon, right? Like, it's just, like, completely unsuitable for hunting in general, right? So you wouldn't, like, what's the purpose of it, a person having it, right? Like, you wouldn't use that thing for, like, home self-defense. I don't think so, right? Like, I don't think that's something you want to use inside your home. You know, like, if afraid of hitting things, like, through walls or like behind the individual, right? You don't want to, like, spray and pray. Like, if you're trying to protect your family and your home from a home intruder, then you don't want to, like, spray and pray, right? Like, that doesn't seem like a thing you'd want for that, right? Like I get some people, like, would say like, you want a rifle, you still might want a rifle for self-defense at home because it's easier, it's more accurate. I was told by an individual who is more familiar with guns than I am, right? So you might still want a rifle, but still, in your home, you don't want to spray and pray. If it's for home defense, that's not something you want. So yeah. Yeah. Well, apparently Rice has a different opinion than you. Chibok. You guys can work that out yourselves. I don't. I'm not gonna pretend that like I know enough to make that determination there in terms of hunting. Hello, Sweetback Lightning. Red Rover TTV says it can be used by the owner once because it can be used for whatever the owner wants because freedom. Exactly, for freedom. Rifles and shotguns are useful in non-human ending circumstances. Yeah. For there's some guns that are just appropriate, and like I can see that we can have those weapons, right? Like that's not gonna leave. They're in our country and they're here to stay. It's unfortunate, right? But not all of them have the ones that are designed for literal warfare don't need to be in the hands of individuals, right? And even if you can possibly use them for hunting, right? Use a different rifle for hunting, maybe, right? Maybe we could just like limit that. I don't know. Throwing axe also works. Yes, indeed, Talon. Throwing axe also works. The shooter is clearly mentally fucked up. Oh, yeah. As usual. Hey, Kobe is here. My man, Kobe. Shout out to my man, Kobe. We love my man, Kobe. I say it every time. Every time Kobe walks in the chat, I try to give him a warm welcome because I do appreciate my man. He's a person I just really enjoy talking to. Even when we're disagreeing. I just really love interacting. He's a smart guy. Anyway, Kobe says, I believe we are going to see a string of nihilist terror attacks, and I think the 4th of July shooting is one. I think these are terrorists fueled by a general hate of society and a wish for the society in general to end and come apart. Nihilistic. Is that necessarily different from a lot of the shootings we've already had, though? Like, I'm trying to see like the difference between that and... So it depends. Some shootings are different. Like there was one in California, San Bernardino, I want to say. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I might be just reaching for... I don't live in California. So maybe I'm just reaching for a California city name and I'm pulling this out of my ass. So, but there was Elliot Rogers, right? I think his name was. Famous, right? But the guy who he targeted, he was a guy in college. And he targeted women. He didn't only kill women, but he targeted women there because he was an incel. He was basically the guy who got like the word incel into our lexicon, right? So like his, like you can see there's a certain nihilism targeted at that, right? Like my problems are like because of women, because women don't want to fuck me. As a guy who has gone through that, I get it. It fucking sucks. I'm not gonna murder women for that. I don't know. It's just me. I'm a special type of guy like that. I choose not to slaughter women for not deciding to fuck me. But anyway, like there's a deep nihilism to that, and like how society works, right? You think like how they like process society, think about it, right? Think about like the Chads and stuff, and the Stacys, and they want to make them all suffer, right? This like deep black pill. Like I don't know, I feel like there's just like a certain strain of nihilism. I think I know what you're talking about. I think you're talking about a very specific focused type of nihilism towards society, right? But like a general society. But I think for so many of these mass shooters, like that's already been built in. Some mass shootings happen for different reasons, like like someone targeting a doctor's office because they had a grudge against a doctor, and so they just kill everyone inside the doctor's office, right? That's a bit different. But yeah. And then you went on to say anarchists assassinated some Russian duke or something in the 1880s on a special holiday at a church just to feel anti-Catholic sentiment. James, let's not ask more egotistical. Have a good night, Prime. Okay, Tones Girl, have a good night. Hey, thanks for being around, Tones Girl. Hope to see you soon. Could it be main character syndrome? Main character syndrome. I don't know what that is. Could you elaborate on that? The dude was on YouTube, right? Oh, yeah. The shooter, he was on YouTube. I'm sure all his videos are taken off, but I'm sure we dig deep enough we can find them. As Kobe says, I think Elliot Roger or the Buffalo shooter are identically motivated. I think these nihilist shooters are especially just anti-everything. I think that is why this new shooter is making memes, and hence leading up to the shooting to sow the most confusion and disruptions. Maybe. It could be interesting. This is like a new strain is happening. I guess I'm just struggling for like the begin point, right? The starting point of all this. That's what I'm struggling with, like, because I see nihilism in them all, but there could be something new that maybe you're tapping into. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Don't worry, we'll have a lot more sample. Well, the sample size here will grow because it's America, and well, countdown until the next slaughter, right? Where will it be? Will it be where you live? Might be. Will someone that you love be involved in it? Hope not. But we live in America, and there's no place that's safe, right? No one's really safe. So we'll give a chance to test your theory, Kobe, very, very soon. When's the next one? When's the next tragedy? The next time Biden will charge in front of a few news cameras and say a few words like, someone's got to do something, right? If only we had someone in power who could take action. Well, I wouldn't know who that might be, but someone somewhere's got to do something. Blame the Republicans. Blame the Republicans. Blame the Republicans for this. The Republicans are the reason, the only reason why nothing ever happens here. Someone somewhere's got to do something about that. But yeah, we'll have plenty of time to test that theory soon enough. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Possibility. I mean, to be clear, right? We have mass shootings in this country every day. Sometimes twice a day, we have mass shootings in this country, right? I'm talking about a mass shooting that actually rises to the level, the body count that makes national news. That's like a national tragedy level mass shooting. That's what we're discussing now, right? The smaller ones we can't even keep track. There's just so many. But national tragedy level mass shooting. When will that happen? Right? Well, among all the insane people who have weapons, right? We have to just wait a little while for one of them to be competent enough to pull off enough carnage, and then we'll be paying attention to that one, right? And it's not hard because we give them weapons of war that make it pretty easy. Just get a good vantage point and point and shoot. There's that. They turn against both the left and the right. What are you saying? He says the beginning point is the nihilism first leads them to traditional radicalism, but since neither the left nor the right in this country can address the nihilism, they turn against both the left or the right. Interesting. Okay. Hey, debate board. He says, I feel pretty safe. I'm more worried about being hit by a car than me and Marcus being affected or injured and killed by a firearm, let alone involved in a mass shooting. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like, when an individual person be killed within a mass shooting, yeah, the chances are low, right? But like high compared to any other country. I'm saying that when's the next time it'll happen? I mean, look, and debate board. I know you're a family man, right? Like, there are family men who took those kids. I took their kids to that parade, right? And they felt the same way that you did. They feel differently. I hope you, debate board, and I mean this, sincerely, that I hope you and your kids never, ever, ever, ever have to deal with that. Absolutely, sincerely, I mean that. But There were fathers who felt exactly the same as you are. They feel differently, right? Anyway. Kobe goes on to say, yeah, there are mass debate board. There are mass shootings every day. Yes, debate board. Do you not know that there are mass shootings every day in America? Absolutely, every day here in America. 3 or more people killed. Yeah, every day here in the States. Every day that happens. No need to put that in quotes. No, every fucking day. Thank you. Kobe says, why would this guy be a Trumper who goes on 4th of July shooting while posting images of himself with FBI hats? I don't know. This is just to sow chaos. Maybe, I don't know. No, have a great night. Car crashes, bombings, stabbings, can't stop it. Well, you mean that generalized violence happens? Yeah, sure, but like gun violence isn't either like bombings, right? This is something that happens often because creating a bomb is a more difficult thing. Raising the barrier to like commit violence raises the barrier. It makes it difficult for people to clear that barrier. There was like I forget if it was ISIS or Al Qaeda, one or the other, right? I think it was I'm pretty sure it was Al Qaeda. Do you remember this? This is a few years back. Al Qaeda had this like online magazine, right? Where they released like propaganda, like their propaganda arm to reach people in foreign countries, right? And the purpose of radicalizing them to do violence. And they were giving advice like, well, how, like, as a aspiring radicalized Muslim, right? Like, what can I do to you know, advance the caliphate or whatever the fuck, right? Or, you know, I'm forgetting that it's a Muslim term. I can't remember the name right now. But anyway, to advance the cause, right? Like, what can I do to advance the cause as the young insane person? And then so they gave them instructions, and so in other countries it's like, yeah, so what you should do is like rent like a vehicle, right? Vehicles are really good, and just drive them into a crowd like that. What happened in France, right? In the city of Nice, 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 right? In that city, there was a few years back, right? There was a huge tragedy. It was only a day of celebration. There's a lot of people. And this guy just like rammed this truck through a crowd. A lot of people were killed and injured. A lot of people, right? Still, even that, and there was a string of these things. A string of these specifically truck rammings. I remember that. Like, that was the thing that was happening. But those things were rare, right? But like, they're like, but if you happen to live in America, well, fuck the truck. No, just go get a gun. Go get your hands on a gun. You got weapons. That's what Al Qaeda's advice was to young radicals. Like, you live in America, no, don't worry about renting a truck. That's like, what? That's the whole thing, right? And you can get pulled out of it. And no. Just go get yourself a gun and just point it into a crowd. You're good, right? It works. You don't need to like worry about a bomb, right? Like, you can try to put it together. They gave them instructions for like how to put together a bomb, right? Like some sort of IED or whatever the fuck, right? Like, we'll give you instructions to do that if you want to go down that route. But just get a gun. Just get a gun and just shoot. That's it. You want to cause terror? It's super easy. You're in America, right? Like we wish that all our operatives, right, all our fans around the world would have access to the level of weaponry that you do, but unfortunately, we live in places with sensible gun laws, so no. But for you, young American Muslim radical, right, just go get a gun, just point and shoot. It's good. You're good. You're okay. Okay, I know when we use a completely ludicrous example of mass shooting, we can say there's a mass shooting event every day. Okay, whatever, debate board. I'm not gonna argue with you on this. Whatever, that's fine. All right, I guess the baby boy only counts like he only counts national tragedies. I guess those are the only ones important to him, right? When the body count is high enough, okay, the baby boy. When it reaches some like amorphous and constantly changing level of carnage, then I guess maybe do you care? Sure, whatever. That's fine. Anyway, my man Kobe says, in my opinion, what this recent shooter wants is for people to jump to blame the shooting on the other side and use it to argue for the division. It's a possibility. Hey, Frozen Knight, I'm assuming that means Frozen, but Frozen Knight, thank you for resubbing for 15 months. Off the kind of you, thank you so much for supporting the channel that way, much appreciated. Off the kind of you, off the kind of you. Jihadi John, yeah, Jihadi John, yeah, Jihadi, the jihad is the one I couldn't think of. I'm sorry. It's a basic word. I should know that. I just blanked. Apologize. But jihad is the word I was looking for previously. Red Rover, right, says if it wasn't guns, it would be knives or bombs or cars. The problem is mental illness. No. Yeah, I mean, indeed, they would certainly try, right, to use those weapons. Absolutely, some individuals would try to use those weapons, and I just gave an example of it, like in France. But that doesn't happen. You just can't kill people on the same scale that way. It's difficult to, first of all, make enough bombs, right? A powerful enough bomb and a bomb that works correctly to do that. How many bombs, especially right after the 9/11 era, right? How many homemade bombs that like radicalized Muslims make, right? That didn't go off. That just like fizzled out, right? Actually making a bomb correctly, not blowing your fucking hands off while you're doing it, yeah, that's a barrier that you gotta reach, right? Some people can clear that, but a lot less people can clear that. And so, yeah, it's a possibility that there's a mass bomber out in the area, and it's happened every so often. I remember in Texas, I believe, there was like a guy who was like doing like mailbox bombs. But like the people who have the skills to do that, right, and the wherewithal to make that all happen, they're extremely rare. A knife attack, you simply do not do that damage. If that guy, the Highland Park shooter, used a fucking knife, how many people do you think he would have been able to kill? He might have killed a few, actually. He might have, you know, killed like 2 or 3, actually. But like, he's surrounded by individuals. He'd go down very quickly. Very fucking quickly. Very quickly. To pretend, like, this is such a weird argument that people make. Oh yeah, they might use a knife. Yeah, crazy people might use a knife, indeed, yeah. And then we wrestle them to the ground because they're using a fucking knife. And we can do that. And you have a reasonable chance of disarming that individual. That, like, that's the same as a gun that can kill you as you're running away, right? Like dozens of feet, you're dozens of feet away, he can shoot you and you're dead, right? But he could have used a knife. Or maybe he's good with like throwing knives, right? It's like a fucking ninja and he's just tossing them, right? It could happen, guys. It could. The problem is mental illness. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What is this argument? It's a terrible argument. That's a terrible argument. I don't get it. It's a terrible argument. I just don't understand it. Okay. Moving on. RV bomb recently at Christmas may be a weird PA system to evacuate. I don't know if you're talking about Red Rover. The IRA did solid mailbox work. Not pretty. Yeah. You're coping on this prime. You even admit the problem is mental illness that you move on quickly. No, you're fucking coping. What? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Coping? Yeah. All countries have mental illness issues, but all countries don't have this sheer level of violence. It doesn't happen. Look for those other countries that have, like, replacing guns, right? The scale of violence. For that. Thank you for the 100 bits, Waterkai. Thank you for the kindness. Thank you for supporting the channel. The scale of violence, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist without guns. But they have mental illness too. Mental illness isn't a problem for America. only, right? The fuck? It's a problem everywhere, but no other country has this level of violence, right? Like, look for it. I'm sorry, I'll wait for the data. I'll wait for the data. They show me, right? That other countries, well, yeah, sure, they have strict gun laws, but if you add up all the car rammings and the bombings and the knife, right, you'll still see the same number of people dead, like proportionally for that nation. Please show me that data. I'm waiting for it. Please, I'm waiting. If I'm coping, show me that. I'm waiting right now. Please, just. I'm going to be on for a while, right? I'm going to be streaming for a while. I still haven't gotten to the articles that I want to talk about. So I'm going to be streaming for a while, right? So I'll be waiting for that data. We can go over that data. We can do it live. We can do it live, right? So Red Rover, if you think I'm coping, then show me the data. That shows that, yeah, it's the same. We'll just have the same number of deaths. Nothing changes. Okay. Let's see that. All right. Cottontails says there's been some high casualty knife attacks in China. Yeah, every so often it happens, but like it would be easier with a gun. Yes, collateral damage is always worth the guns. It can never be easier. Yeah, obviously. Guns are a lower barrier. It's not impossible that you can. It's not impossible that you can have a knife attack. You could possibly have a high casualty situation, right? Like. Sure, someone actually might be a fucking ninja. It's a possibility, right? But most of these morons who did it, the teenager who killed those kids in Uvalde, right? Is he a ninja? I don't know. Could he have been? Would the cops have been as terrified to breach the doors if they had known he was just armed with a knife? They were scared because of the gun, right? Those cops. That was part of the reason. Is that they were like, oh, we need more backup because he's heavily armed, right? If he had just had a knife, would those cops who were armed themselves with guns have been scared to do that? No. This argument is unbelievable. But all right. Crystal Clear Art says if they seriously limited or did restrictions just shy of confiscation of guns and the number of mass shootings continued, what would you suggest then? If they seriously limited or did restrictions just shy of confiscation of guns and the number of mass shootings continued, what would you suggest then? What would I suggest then? I would say that the problem is only half taken care of, right? Because yeah, like it's guns are the issue, right? But then clearly we haven't done the work on the other end, right? Which would be mental health issues, right? I hate it when conservatives use the argument of mental health, right? Because a progressive like me is like, oh, okay, great. Then let's like fund that, right? Like I have a scheme to make sure that people have access to mental health. I've talked about it, right? I have a scheme to do that. Let's put that in place. If that had been the case, then like I would say then we have not taken care of mental health in this country, Chris. That would be my answer there. But we haven't taken care of it. So yeah. Oops, what did I just do? Get rid of that. Scrolling down. All right. I'm itching to talk on Voice about this. Oh, Kobe, do you want to talk on Voice? I had a bunch of articles lined up. I have not started. I've been ranting and raving, and our friend Debate Board, he knows how much I like to rant and rave. All right, shout out to my Debate Board out there. But he knows I like to rant and rave. I get my my socialist hackles up, right? And then just like pound fight. He knows how it is. So I just love it. I love it. Right? I'll get on these subjects, and I just won't. I can't stop myself. So I'm sorry, Kobe. But Kobe, if you wanna jump on Voice and have a conversation, absolutely, good. My man Kobe. I always willing to talk to you. Jump in private. We'll have a conversation. Have a little bit of a talk. I'm not gonna open it up to a panel yet. Not gonna do it yet because I actually did wanted to talk about some articles. I wanted to go into articles. But like I enjoyed this conversation, having talking with you guys. You know, jumping into it. It's pretty fun. So Kobe, let me know. Okay. Oh, sure. Kobe, take your time. Take your time, buddy. And we'll have a talk. I'm definitely interested in hearing you. It was a sincere question, Prime. Thank you. And actually not sure how it would help in recent mass killings. Yeah. Oh, Crystal. Yeah, I figured. I didn't think you were trying to be like troll or anything. So, yeah, I think that mass murders. Well, one, I don't limit my empathy for mass murders like I was talking about like in the beginning. Like the level of trauma that we're facing here in this country is for more than that, right? I think you would agree with me, crystal clear, that just because if you're calling gun violence and it's not like a mass murder situation, a national tragedy situation, right? That the level of trauma could still be the exact same, right? So I'm not simply concerned with that. So it's a lot of work to reduce gun violence in this country because we can't get rid of all the guns, unfortunately. So it's a multi-pronged approach. If we could get rid of all the guns, well then. But yeah, it's a multi-pronged approach. But it starts with gun reform. Absolutely, without a doubt. It starts with severe gun reform. Yeah. So let me see. So we're awaiting our good friend Kobe. Kobe's gonna be here soon. Still ranting, socialist pig. Yeah, debate board knows how much I love it. Debate board. He's been around here long enough. He knows. Prime likes to rant. It makes him happy, right? Have you discussed the Abe shooting? Just a little bit. We haven't gone in deep detail into it. I had my whole thing. I was going to talk about the Highland Park shooting, but yeah, this happened just before I started streaming. It's getting mixed into it, and then people are making dumbass arguments that like, oh, this proves something about American gun regulation. But other than the fact that obviously we need more. Thank you for following, Shamil. Thanks for being here. Hey, I sing hey to Wick again. Did Kobe change his Twitch name, or is this an alt? Yeah, this is Kobe's name. He changed his Twitch name. I don't know why, it's very confusing to me, but I'm sure he has a reason. You have a Among Us. No, this shirt, Shamil. Oh, sorry, I hit my thing. This is not a Among Us shirt. This is a Orange Lantern shirt from DC. I wear a lot of lantern shirts. It's like a thing of mine. It's like a signature that I do. These are the nicest shirts. These are literally the nicest shirts I have. So I just wear them. But yeah, not a Among Us shirt. Debate board. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Japan doesn't have a similar gun culture. I agree. Yeah, it doesn't have a similar gun culture to the US. Exactly. These things aren't the same. These things are incomparable. So yeah. Am I sassy? No, that's PrimeCayes. I got real quiet talking about the lantern being sort of kind of his thing, right? And what did I? What did I? What point are you trying to draw here, debate board? I'm actually not sure. Right? You mean the lantern of greed? Is that art? It's kind of a thing. Kind of a thing. I got a lot of shirts here. They're colorful. They're festive. People know that I wear the lantern shirts. It's a thing among the Twitch politics community. What is Prime wearing? It's Prime probably wearing a lantern shirt. Yeah. So whatever. Like almost slightly embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed. The fuck? Why would I be embarrassed? I wear them all the time. I would just like Not wear them I wanted to, right? I could just like I have other shirts. I got like a bureau back there full of fucking shirts. These are literally the nicest ones I have. Right? Just I don't know. That's the thing. I've been wearing these things for years. I like the shirts. I like the shirts. I'm not embarrassed about the shirts. The bait pour. Alright? I'm not embarrassed about the shirts. I like the lantern shirts, okay? Alright? And I'll tilt the camera down. Oh, there you go. Oh yeah. That's sexy. Right there. Ladies, you like that? That's for you. And a bait pour. Okay. Alright. Shamil agrees with that. I look sexy. All right, there you go. It's in chat. If it's in chat, it must be real. Yeah. It does. A brand name chicken says it's so wet. See, people are into it. People are into it, right? They're into the left shit. I wear it for the ladies. Wear it for the ladies. For you out there, and for the men. I don't discriminate that way, right? Like, if you can all get your rocks off, all of you, right? Well, you ever do your comfort at your own home while thinking of me? That's your business, right? I give that to you. This is a gift from me to you, right? Whatever it is, go at it. Go at it hard, right? So, we need to commission someone to make a Prime Lantern. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be actually pretty badass, actually. If I actually ever did make merch, that would actually be pretty cool merch to make. Oh, that would be. That's a good idea. Like, right? To make like a design, like a Prime design. Actually, a really good idea. Actually, a super good idea. Write it down. It's a really good idea. Merch idea. Prime Lantern. I'm writing that down. Desperado Sensei. Just putting your name there too, just like credit. If I ever actually go around to doing that, and an idea down. Desperado Sensei's idea. Great. It's been written down in my notes. There you go. Okay. When is the Prime ASMR? Oh god damn it. We're just waiting on our friend Kobe. Kobe's he's just taking a bit. So our friend Kobe is just waiting. Rat Dog Lantern over my fucking dead body, SEAL Team Raz. Over my fucking dead body. Yes, and change your name to Prime Lantern. Now that well, people could actually pronounce that debate board, so that might be a good idea. So, all right. Prime Man, please do like a Mega Tucker Carlson monologue, crazy rant on something. That would be fun on Tucker Carlson. I could bring up a bunch of his dumbass clips and talk. That actually might be fun. Hey, let me I'm gonna write that down too. So a brand name chicken. I'm gonna write that down too, right? Future rant ideas. Tucker Carlson's immense idiocy. Great, yeah, let's do that. Hey, thank you, Russell Buster, for the follow. Thank you so much. Oh boy, this next one's gonna be fun. Infamous Ohio booty tickler. You're certainly welcome here. Okay, or at least you might have been, but you know, whatever. Well, anyway, off you go. Okay. Anyway, so did someone gift something? That's weird. Did someone gift something? Why is there a hype train starting up? Hype train is close. It's happening again. That a hype train is close, and it's not telling me who. It's weird. What color does the PrimeCayes lantern have? Some blue and black or something. I don't know, something like that. blue. Okay, so we have our friend Kobe, who is here with us. Awfully happy to have him as always. I love my friend Kobe. Kobe's amazing, right? Kobe, we barely get a chance to just talk, you and me. And I tell people how much I like you so much, but I just don't get a chance to talk to you as much as I'd like. How are you doing, Kobe?
I'm chilling. I'm doing pretty good. I just work a lot, to be honest. Just work and go to the gym, and play video games and read, and go to the grocery store and cook food. It's about everything I do. So if I was an NPC, that was what it would say in my code. But yeah, just been chilling. And reading a lot about. Been reading the book Gone and Everything, which was David Graeber's last book. David Graeber's one of my favorite authors. He unfortunately died in 2020, but he released this book. It's a fantastic book. Talks about kind of like uses some recent discoveries in like ancient what's it called, like, Mohenjo-daro, like the earliest cities, like Göbekli Tepe. Kind of like looks at those and uses those to sort of cast doubt at some of the more the traditional narratives about the early human society. They kind of argue that human society was much more complex politically and socially than we kind of typically let on. It wasn't just this hunter and gatherer bands for thousands or hundreds of tens of thousands of years. And we keep finding complex human skeletons that seeming would have belonged to hominid humans that looked very similar to us and had really similar sized brains. We keep finding them back and back many years. And the idea traditionally was, well, there is this long state of hunter-gatherer. And, the authors of this book say, well, no, many of this evidence that we see says that this is probably not the case. These were societies that had not just hunter-gatherers. These were societies that had massive amounts of, large populations. These were societies that had, that it wasn't just this idea of like you're hunter-gatherer and then you become agriculture. They argue that actually a lot of pastoral farmers would like go to different places so that they could plant crops or come back to them because they knew that it was going to be planted. Very, very interesting. Dawn of Everything, David Graeber and another guy. I can't remember the other guy's name. Fantastic book. I've also been reading about the Supreme Court.
Before you get there, before you move on to the next one, have you considered young Earth creationism?
I have. And I think it's actually correct. I actually am I believe in the Islamic interpretation. I believe the Islamic theologians in the Islamic Golden Age, that the world was like 4,000 years old. Yeah. And that the world was created on like October 18th, I think was the day, or something like this. So really, I mean, that's the most convincing.
God plopped this down as modern man, and so yeah, it was not surprising that if you go back in time, right, and all of these sentiments, you'll find man looking like us, right? Because yeah, that's the way God created us. So problem solved. Checkmate, scientist. Go ahead. You were gonna say something else. After you were gonna say it when you weren't muted, right? You're still muted. He's working on it. I love Kobe because Kobe he usually gives us like actual book recommendations. So you'll and the link in the chat, he put his book recommendation there. So guys, check it out. Kobe's always reading something super fucking interesting, super goddamn smart. He's working on getting his audio back together any second now.
Okay,
there we go.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, the wonderful Yeti mic, one of the best pieces of technology. Oh, but yeah. The other thing I've been reading a lot about the Supreme Court, history of the Supreme Court, trying to I've been curious. I want to make this is something I've been. You'll like this idea. I want to run this idea past you. Something I think that I've developed after listening to like hundreds of hours of internet debate and participating in internet discussion. I think I'm pretty good at creating like argument flow charts, right? Where I can go like, hey, this is your initial idea. This is the second idea you have. This is the third idea you have. At what, and then like I can look at like the reasons that blah blah blah, the reasons that you support these ideas. And I noticed a lot of other people, I don't think they're very good at that. I think that they have like a misinterpretation of what other people's arguments are, and they end up attacking things that are meaningless, or they make arguments. They just like make an argument that looks better to the crowd than it does to the other side. And I notice this a lot with like abortion and with the Supreme Court. And I support liberal causes. I want to make videos that are like debate practice guides for. I mean, obviously, I'm a liberal perspective, but obviously they'll just be objective, right? The first one I want to do is I want to like go into how you would argue against people, or why you shouldn't make the argument when it comes to the Supreme Court that the reason that it was bad that they overturned Roe v. Wade was because it had a big precedent. the instant counter is they're going to say, well, hold on, Plessy v. Ferguson, right? What about all these laws that said it was legal to like kill a Native American if it was on Thursday? What about that law that was that was overturned in this, that, and this year? Never make that argument, right? I think you can make really good arguments that attack the way these Pisco, who's one of the people that you brought to this scene, has been on Booksmart's stream and his own stream going over his arguments against the Supreme Court ruling, and he kind of shows some of the inconsistencies and some of the ways that the arguments do not hold with other kind of Supreme Court precedent. And I think that's a much better path to go down. I don't know. I also have been reading about a very interesting case that there. It was the case that Ruth, and then I want to make a TikTok about this one too, which is this is the case that Ruth Bader Ginsburg thought that they should have brought to the Supreme Court, which was it was a woman who got pregnant in the army. And she wanted to use her sick days to have the baby and then give it away because she was Catholic and she didn't want to get an abortion. And the army said she either can get an abortion or she had to like take leave. She had to stop doing what she was doing. I think, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg basically argued that was like there's a kind of a better place, because a better argument there, because they were going to argue that through the Equal Protections Clause, that like the government can't enforce. Can enforce something unequally. Half the population are women, and they're using this sort of under the Constitution a protected class, which is women, or a part of a protected class, which is you can't everybody's a citizen. You can't have laws that treat some people differently than others. Abortion laws are kind of by their definition people that restrict the action of some people, not others, right? By almost definition, and by the government, I guess from what I understand, by the government requiring her to either have an abortion or leave the army, they were basically like forcing her to give birth. They're forcing her to either choose to give birth or to leave the army, or to get an abortion. And I'm not a legal scholar. I'm sure that somebody could like pick apart what I just said. But I don't know. I think that's a very interesting road to go down. That I think is a little bit more, a better argument in the post Roe world, where we're going to have to be arguing about this stuff. Yeah, that really went. I took this in a very different direction than the mass shooting. But yeah, that's what I've been. That's what I've been okay. On my mind.
Okay. I figured that was a preamble for the actual topic.
I can go right into it. I'm ready.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So, I remember seeing this, and instantaneously, I was a pit in my stomach, because I think that just you kind of assume if it's an American holiday, probably the stereotype is that it's going to be an anti-American terrorist attack. It's kind of just seems intuitive. But. And that was my initial reaction, was to think, oh, I bet this is left wing. But then I started seeing everybody on Twitch, or multiple streams that were literally going through this guy's Twitter, going on his Spotify and looking at his Spotify songs and going through his lyrics. It seemed to me that everybody was doing what he wanted them to do. He wanted everybody to look at his life and look at these rap lyrics. He released a nonsense manifesto, that literally was like just numbers. I'll find it. It was like the manifesto was a reference to a Simpsons episode. Like, it's literally just random stuff. He would post pictures of himself with FBI hats, and also pictures of himself with Trump flags. But then he also went to a Trump rally dressed as Waldo, which you could kind of use as like, is that a joke? Is he making fun of it? Like, it seems pretty intentional. That I'm sure you've heard of what's the guy? The guy that makes the rap, like pro-Trump rap, McDonald. Something. I think his last name is McDonald, right? He's like a white guy with dreads, and he like makes songs about like, blah 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 blah. People be racist to me because I'm white, but I can't be racist because I'm black. What the hell? Like those kind of songs. That's like a whole genre. Is like guy who says he's on neither of the political spectrum. He makes everybody angry. That seems to be way more accurate to what this kid was, and especially there's a Twitter account that is claiming to be a person that worked with him. And that they're also kind of agreeing with me that he was just kind of like a fucked up guy that was just kind of like very, very much antisocial, very much, was doing a lot of mental illness, and that there wasn't this necessary huge political motivation. And when I piece all this together, the FBI hat, which is like obviously a joke, and kind of poking fun at the idea that terrorists are motivated by the government, doing it on 4th of July, all these kinds of things. It seems pretty obvious to me that the goal of this is not to necessarily advance one political organization, one political ideology, but to destroy one. I think that there's a lot of people that hate America, and they feel like America, for a lot of reasons, is fucked up. There's a lot of reasons to do that. I think that there's a general feeling in radicals. There's a lot of radicals right now there's a general feeling that the world is falling apart and that our leaders are not doing anything about it. And whether that's because of climate or race or the economy or whatever, that's like a very commonly held belief. And I think that, like I was saying, I think the initial part of everyone's nihilism or everyone's radicalism is that we all have that kind of nihilism, I guess. Or if you want to, I don't know, I'm using nihilism as very fragrantly, but we all have that kind of like, we all have that kind of a call to the void. We all feel like the society is fucked up and that our leaders are not doing enough and that the traditional vectors of power, voting, that these are not enough. These are not going to do what we need to do. That we need to do new things. A lot of people on the left feel this. A lot of people on the right feel this. And I think that nihilism then at some point you realize I don't really think there's a lot of political organization that's addressing people's needs and addressing the causes of this nihilism, addressing the problems in our country that are coming from the left. And I don't think there's anything that's coming from the right either. I think Trumpism, and that is hollow. I don't think it's actually fixing people's problems. And I think that the current Democratic ticket is hollow and is not fixing people's problems. And so I think many people are going to continue to have that nihilism, continue to have that call to the void, but they're going to say, well, hold on, no, there's literally no one that could what flag do I fly? You know what I mean? Everybody, there are going to be people out there that are going to want to be political radicals. They're going to want to be agitators. And when you don't feel like you have a flag to fly, I think a lot of people are going to turn to this idea like, well, just, I'm angry at a society that makes me hate it, yet doesn't provide me an alternative to fix it. Even outside of the traditional vectors of power, many people, I think, feel like both the left and the right have nothing to offer. And so I think that a lot of people are going to want to do these kind of, there are people that for whatever reason, a lot of people in America want to fucking kill people with a gun and go to a mass shooting. A lot of people do this, right? I think that more and more we're going to see people that don't necessarily do it because they got radicalized to the Great Replacement, or because they're eco-terrorists, or they're eco-fascists, or because they're anti-black extremists, or they're black nationalists. I don't think we're going to see that. I think a lot more we're going to see people that decide to do the mass killing, which we have seen has happened in this country time and time again, as you just said, the next slaughter. But their motivation is more going to be a fuck it. It's not going to be a fuck them. It's going to be a fuck it, not a fuck them. So far, the Buffalo, it's a fuck them. It was anti-black. There was a shooting, different shootings that cite, immigration, Great Replacement, different shootings that were, in the past, there was political terrorism that cited the climate, climate extremists. That's more so in different countries, more so in countries like Brazil, where there's lots of logging and that kind of stuff. But regardless, I think more so we're going to see people that just sort of a fuck it. The last thing I'll say, I said a lot here, is there's a very interesting anarchist journal that I read about when I was reading about anti-civilizationalism that I think kind of promotes this idea. And it's called the ATASA journal. I'll find it in a second. It's called the ATTSSA. I don't know, it's some indigenous word. But it basically just argues fuck everything. Society is fucked. America is a settler colonial state from the Yucatan all the way down to Patagonia. And that all the societies are fucked. Communism is not going to fix it. Socialism is not going to fix it. Marxism or capitalism is not going to fix it. We need to go back to before even there was Incan Empire, but we need to go back to a primordial anti-civilizational indigenous way of life. I'm not saying this is like this is just one radical journal, and it tore apart. It caused like anarchist book fairs have these arguments about whether they should even sell this book, and they say, "Oh, this is anti-anarchist. This is blah blah." But in a way, I think that because so many people want to read it, I think that's an example of this. There are a lot of people that they're anarchists. They like the whole anarchism. Yeah, we're going to be radicals. We're going to free the little puppies out of the cage. We're going to do as somebody saying soy America bad. But then you realize, well, hold on, where's the end of this? Soy America bad, but soy Cuba bad, soy Brazil bad, soy Venezuela bad, and then you kind of just ultimately come to this hyper nihilist, hyper rejection. Even civilization is bad. Even something that allows a sick person to live is bad because it modifies the natural order, right? I don't know. I'm going a lot. I've talked a lot there, but yeah, that's my generic thing. I think that a lot of people have the sort of the violent nihilism. They have the mental illness. They have the trauma. They have all the things that cause this. They have the access to weapons, but they don't. I think that we're going to see more and more people that don't necessarily have a huge political goal. It's just they want to go out. Do you remember the game that came out, the mass shooting simulator game called Hatred? It was a black and white game. Mm-hmm. So the very first line of that game is, blah, blah, I hate this world, all these maggots. All I've ever wanted is to die violently. I think that's kind of a silly line, but that's absolutely true. Do you really, really not think that a lot of these people that do these mass shootings kind of just want to die violently? And yeah, they write, some of them write a journal, but there are people that don't write journals. There's the guy in Vegas that didn't write a journal. I think there are people that really do are they want to kill themselves, and but they don't. They kind of want to. They have an anger at the world. We live in a very violent society. We live in a society that violence is in our media, violence is in our religion, violence is in our foreign policy, violence is in our domestic policy. I think a lot of people just want to die. It's a very grim and horrible thing to say. I don't want to say it, but I think that's true. And I think that what needs to be part of addressing that is realizing that our reaction shouldn't necessarily be to instantly dig through the lyrics and find he sourced Ben Shapiro, and actually this is a citation to. I saw a Twitter thread that was trying to say he was a Rosicrucian. Rosicrucian is like Templars. It's like a Da Vinci Code shit. It's like people are going people have gone completely unhinged and schizo, right? And we need to just take a step back, and we need to think about well, hold on, I don't know. I'm not sitting here pretend I have a bunch of the prescriptions, but yeah, that's my generic gist.
Kobe says that what he just did was a gist. Thank you for that, Kobe. Your gist. Okay. All right. So I'll try to address as much as I can. But I'm actually interested. I want to engage with you on this. So it's interesting that your reaction to this, the shooting, right? The shooting on 4th of July. My reaction when I first heard of it was meh. It's oh yeah, it's 4th of July. There's going to be a mass shooting there. But absolutely. That's what we usually do, right? There's going to be gun violence. People especially have their guns out, especially on 4th of July. It's a weird thing that we pull our guns out for 4th of July to shoot them in the air, right? So it's not surprising that people would be armed. I didn't consider it as, so I didn't know the details at the time, and so what I thought it was is that there was a celebration happening, and then people got heated, and then there was gun violence that way, right? That's the way I assumed it would be, not as a planned attack. So that's different. And I wouldn't have assumed, even if I thought initially it was a planned attack, I wouldn't have assumed that it was leftist. So I thought that was an interesting thing that you did. I think leftist violence is a thing, right? We actually went over this the other day, right? Leftist violence is a thing, but I don't think it expresses itself in this way. Through I don't think in a leftist thought spaces, even extreme ones, at least here in America, right? In other countries it might be different, but in America I don't think we express our rage and in dreams of gun violence. Right? Would you agree with me on that one, right? That we have a lot of leftist rage, and we talk about burning it all down. And yeah,
you're 100% right. The last times that you could find examples of a left-wing person just going and doing a big die violently gun crime is there are examples of left-wing radical groups in the 70s and the 80s. There's some Black Panther group, Black Liberation Army, these kind of groups, right? They can shoot us with the police. That's the last example of it. That there was a sort of fetishization of gun ownership that was wide scale. I totally agree. I think that the modern left, the violence, I think you're right here, it expresses itself way more decentralized. It's way more going to be a riot or a protest that turns into a riot where shit gets destroyed, shit gets burned down. That's the violence. Obviously, whole other conversation about violence against people versus violence against communities. But generic, when people express themselves in ways that are destroying things. Yeah, I totally agree there.
Yeah, and to audience, in case you're thinking, I'm not saying that leftists can't a leftist, but a person on the left, nominally on the left, can't perform some sort of mass violence shooting, right? And you might be able to find an example of a person who has done that in recent history, right? So I'm not saying that's not a possibility. I'm trying to draw a distinction of how leftists express radicalism, and radicalism is just not expressed in the same way. These aren't equal opposite things, is my point, right? So hopefully people understand the difference with what I'm saying here. Maybe not, and they'll just pretend I said something differently in chat. All right, anyway, so there's that. I think you were making a really interesting point, but I feel you had one point, but you lost it for your second point, right? Okay, so when you talked about how people are trying to map this shooter onto political violence, right? Onto the political spectrum, excuse me. Look at his past rantings or like his social media activity and like figure this guy out, right? I think it's very fair to say that we are a divided nation and we are very antagonistic to each other, right? The populists, like we see it in my fucking Twitch chat, right? We're very antagonistic. You see it with me to my guests. We're very antagonistic to the other side, and like especially since this violence is so like is so normalized in our society, right? It becomes just a point to blame the other side. Like, okay, I can draw enough dots with this individual to say that it's your fault, right? As a political win. You know what I'm talking about, right? I can come up here and tell, conservatives, well, look what you've created, look what you've done. This is all you're doing. This is conservative thought. And then that's kind of like, that's as deep as it goes. But I think it's fair to say that, for some of these people, they don't map on to a political spectrum, right? Like they may have done political things, right? Even this guy might have voted for Trump, right? I think he's old enough for that, right? Voted for Trump, but that doesn't mean that he's necessarily political, right? People vote culturally, right? It's like, it's time to vote. And so I guess I'll vote for the Democrats. Like, hey, I'm black and I don't put much thought into it. My families have always voted Democrats, so I'm just gonna vote for Democrats. It's like a cultural experience rather than like a political expression. So that doesn't necessarily say anything. You wanted to say something, Kobe, before I continue?
Oh yeah, I was just like something that maybe can make this argument better. So a lot of people are going to do the whole everything's political, even if they don't know, even if he didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, hold on. What if we can say politics and then partisan? Like I have like a political side and I think that side should win and that's my idea and I'm doing this so the side can win, right? That's something I was thinking about, like with media, where people always say like, oh, I don't like politics in my Star Trek, and people are like, well, actually Star Trek is political. It's like, well, hold on, people don't want to have a Democrat Party ad in the middle of their Star Trek. Let's be honest, they don't want to have like a 5-minute where it's like, well, Mr. Spock, actually on a planet we do something called sex reassignment surgery. Like they come on, like they want to have like a level of like fantasy to it, right? But yeah, I think that if we can distinction. I'm arguing maybe this is apolitical. I mean, come on, you're killing people on 4th of July. I'm not a child. Obviously, this is political, right? But I don't think this is. I'm saying I'm not sure if this is partisan. I'm highly doubting that he's like, we need to save the white race. We need to stop. He would have done this. His background is nihilist, random. Is SoundCloud rap about how the world sucks and how he's doing drugs and how he's faded. Right? It's not books about reading books about a specific political orientation on either side. People are trying to do it on the left. People are trying to like the Marjorie Taylor Greene Photoshop of like him in like a psych ward or whatever. I saw somebody trying to say that he was trans or whatever. Like, I mean, any of these, they're just trying to, again, like you're saying, it's the dot connect.
Yeah. So I think, the trans thing. That's another aspect. But yeah, I think you made a really useful distinction here, and I want to use that language, right, rather than political, partisan, right? People are looking at this through a partisan perspective, right? He was on your team, so it's your team's fault for that. Everything is political to a certain extent. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that this is useful language. So maybe actually now that you say that, and looking back on it, it might make part of my point that I was going to make here sort of moot. But okay, so you said that people are trying to map it onto it, and it's that political left and right, and they can't. Okay, then your next point was like. And maybe I should have written down because you said a lot. Your next point was that this individual was not partisan, right? He's not a partisan individual, and that he wants us to like go through this process of like figuring him out. Do you think there's that level of intentionality there, right? Like, he planned this, right? He planned it for a certain number of weeks, but was he planning it for years? Is it that, or is this a person who had a level of outrage to society that you were talking about, right? And then like I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I'm coming over to your side.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find the link to the this is the thing. I'll probably, if I can find it. This was like the thing that totally just tipped me in the other direction. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Here it is. Hold on. Oh fuck. Okay. This is at least part of it. This is a tweet that references it. Okay. I'm sorry. So I'm trying to find a link to it. He released either before this. He released a literally a nonsense manifesto. The tweet that I'm linking is the tweet I'm linking is making a reference to this, which is on this. Oh god damn it! Okay. There was this guy had a wiki, had like like the fan wiki where people make a wiki for like a show. He had a wiki. He had a wiki, and on it there was a wiki that was talking about this. Which I'll read this tweet. Arctis, or more formally known as Project Arctis, is an archaic manifesto conceived by the shooter. I don't want to say his name. It was published on the 19th of February in 2021. It is 29 pages long. It is comprised entirely of an undecipherable sequence of numbers. Like he was posting stuff like this. He was posting stuff like rap that had random semi-swastika like imagery. He was posting. He wore a hat that's an FBI. Like these kind of things to me, that is intentionality. You don't randomly you don't kill people while with a FBI. You don't buy hat that says FBI. And I wish I could find this. I'm really like apprehensive to say stuff on here that I can't like back up with the source, you know what I mean? So I don't want to like spread information. Mm-hmm. I remember seeing a video that I believe was him that he took before the shooting where he's like walking around filming himself and he's listening to the song California Dreamin', which if you don't know, I'm gonna sound like a psychopath, okay? In like the conspiracy world amongst like MK Ultra, there's this really famous book called Strange Times in Laurel Canyon that argues that like part of MK Ultra happened in the Hollywood Valley, and they use like hippies to do like MK Ultra experiments, and they argue that like the song California Dreamin' is like a crypto talking about this. He in the video, he's not only listening to California Dreamin', he literally says like bye bye FBI or something about FBI agent. Like he makes references to this over and over and over again. I don't know, these kind of things. Perhaps maybe in my forthcoming TikTok, I will perhaps compile all this information. But these kind of things seem obvious to me that he's trying to like link. He wants people to obsess about. He wants people to write a book that's like, he wants somebody to write a book that's called Project Arctis, the inside story that the media will about the Parkland terrorist attack. Right. Okay, so you're starting to convince me a bit more then, that. This is the type of guy, if he is deep into these conspiracy theories, in those circles, right, where they draw these connections, and then they venerate people who do that, right? They look over their manifestos, right? And did you want to say something? Wait, okay, so ignore my hand movements because I just do those crazy. I didn't know I found it. Okay, this is the video. This is totally okay. I'm gonna link it in the chat. This is like a Twitter video. I don't know if you want to show. There's nothing violent. It's just him, him walking around with a. He has a. I don't know what it says. I don't know. It's just like some sort of. Yeah, I don't know. He's wearing some sort of mask or something, and I'm gonna mute. He references the FBI in this video. Yeah, I see it. People, it's in chat, guys. If you want to click on that video, you can. I won't bother showing it. But yeah, he says like goodbye, Mr. FBI agent. Like, come like this is so like this is obviously okay. So that all right. In that case, and when do we know when that was posted? Was that do we? If you don't know, it's fine. Yeah, I don't but because so like there was I think it was the Christchurch shooting in New Zealand, right? In which the shooter posted their posted it on 4chan that they were just about to do this, or that they had done this, one or the other, right? And then like one of the first one of the first responses was like, hello FBI agents, right? Because they know they I mean, we've gone through enough of these shootings that like the average person can piece together how this is gonna how this is gonna work out. So when you're talking about intentionality, like yeah, you could say I could see these people like leaving literally breadcrumbs, right? Wanting to be deep, right? These individuals who are like never actually deep in real life. This person, from what I've seen, right?
seems like the person who is like looking for the aesthetic of being deep, right? That like they don't actually have much of personality, much going on in their lives, and it's proven in their social interactions, right? And their inability to make connections, and that could be for a variety of reasons. But like they want to be deep, right? They want people to think that they're interesting. So he's ready to go out in a blaze of glory, sure, right? But after all, he wants people to venerate him, to look through his posts and say like, well, I mean, we can see the connections, like what kind of mind this guy was at, right? And then, like, because in his friend group, that's what they do, right? In his friends group, they look at these things. If you're like within those conspiracy circles, you look at these manifestos, right? And you draw those connections. You spend a lot of time doing that. So he wants the next generation to do the exact same thing. Go ahead.
Yep. Another connection I made, my genius. Remember the Christchurch shooter, right? What was the point? Why did he say before he did his thing? Why did he say subscribe to PewDiePie? Is it because PewDiePie's a Nazi? No, it's because one of the things he wanted to do, he wanted people to write articles about how PewDiePie's a Nazi. They wanted people, which like he literally in his manifesto, he said that one of the reasons he wanted to do this was he wanted to try to increase the already existing divide between left and right, which he saw as creating an inevitable global war, an inevitable conflict in like Western nations. And part of that is by like he believes that making people make ridiculous arguments that he believes are going to push people to his reactionary side. That's part of why you do it. That's part of why you do it. I mean, it seems obvious to me. It seems obvious to me.
PewDiePie is not a Nazi, but he is racist. He's done a bunch of racist shit. Yeah. But I don't think he's a Nazi so far. Yeah. Okay. So then this is all in your an effort, right? So like not necessarily a conspiratorial effort in that like there's a bunch of guys, right, or a group of individuals who are necessarily making a push, right, like a nationalized push or international push to like to pull things apart, right? But there is this sentiment, right, that people have, right, and they see that, and I guess it's something that builds upon each other, right? And maybe so I was looking for that starting point, right, and the evolution, but like and I brought up like Elliot Rodger, but like I guess, right, like these things all compound upon each other, right? Like, okay, there is a method, right, a mode in which we can get our message out, right, in which like the world will pay attention to us, right? Perform a slaughter, right, with the right number of body count, because if it's not high enough, then no one gives a shit, right? Get a high enough body count, and then people will pay attention to whatever like bullshit you've put together, right? They'll go through your life and all that, and you'll have a message that's out there. And so rather than this being something that like that is a conspiratorial effort being pushed by a group, it's simply known, right? This is within the ether that if I want to the world to know me, then I can get that level of attention. If I want to rage against the world and make things fall apart, right? If that's the message that I want, right? Well, then since people are so partisan and looking to blame each other, I can give them plenty of avenues to do that.
100%. Elliot Rodger was the first example of like sort of almost like a martyrization, a sainthood given to one of these people in these sort of nihilist right-wing extremist places. He happened to be sort of a right-wing, a right-wing shooter. We have examples. We have the example of like Virginia Tech, which I think cemented in the minds of people that you can do this and it's going to change things. That campuses became more locked down. That people became more afraid. That it had an effect. That was everywhere was talking about this. I remember there's a video or the picture of the guy from Virginia Tech with 2 handguns. There are a bunch of handgun bans all around the country. People started talking. I remember I first started hearing the whole idea. Well, did you know it's actually not shotguns and rifles that kill people? It's actually handguns. What do we really need to ban is handguns? That was after Virginia Tech, right? Columbine segmented the sort of these in general notoriety and also the aesthetic. The idea of of the trench coat mafia that was literally something they were called in the media. This idea of the outsider loner. That was the traditional narrative of Columbine was that these were kids that were bullied and they rebelled against school. That's not true. These are kids that were not bullied. These are kids that were the bullies. These are people that these are people that there's a whole. I don't know a lot about Columbine, but I know that I know there's a lot that you can look at. The traditional media narrative is not true.
Literally everything about the incident, Columbine, everything that everyone knows is wrong.
Nerdy guys, they just play computer game, and then they just went into the place and they just drew a swastika on their notebook. As just little funny guy stuff, little weird some guys are weird little guys, and they buy 600 rounds of ammunition and put bombs. Right? These guys they're not like the media presented that really bad, but that adds to it. And something that I think happens is like the effect of terrorism, not necessarily the goal of terrorism. Maybe not the intent in terrorism. The effect of terrorism it further stratifies and divides society. I mean, it makes us more afraid. I think that's what most people can agree was the biggest outcome and the biggest victory for Al Qaeda out of the terrorist attacks in 9/11 was it made Americans fucking terrified, and it made us. There's the Onion headline: jihadi terrorist sitting back and watching TV while America tears itself apart. That's the biggest thing. It made us point fingers at each other. It made us blame Muslims, and people were spraying on mosques that are 50 and 60 years old. They're historical parts of the community. It made us liberals have to point at conservatives, and that's the goal of this. It segments society. That happens in Italy. There's a time called the Years of Lead, where the Italian government was taken over by right-wing conservatives because far-right fascists were doing terrorist attacks, and right-wing and left-wing communists doing terrorist attacks back, and everybody got terrified. Everybody agreed we need a police state. Well, not everybody agreed. Enough people agreed that they could get through parliament. Right? That is the inevitable effect of terrorism. And I think that, as you were pointing out, every single time this has happened in our society, whether it's the Pulse shooting, it makes us a little more unhinged. It makes us a little bit more terrified. We become a little bit more convinced that the other side are the insane fascists, or are the insane communists. We become a little bit more convinced that the other side, when it's the Pulse shooting, conservatives become convinced that left-wing people don't care about Islamic extremism, and the conservatives become convinced that lefties only don't want to talk, don't even want to have gun control, even when it's conservatives, that liberals want to have gay people be victims to Islamic terrorism. That's the inevitable outcome. I think that as that happens more, you're asking for the starting point. That's the starting point. This ever increasing stratification that's happening from this violence, that's happening from every single one of these terrorist attacks, is the thing that's going to push people more and more and more to view that as a viable goal of like you were saying, making a name for themselves, advocating if they think it's advocating political change, whatever, regardless if it works or not. If it has the perception of having an effect, people are going to do it. People, there's a video that's on Twitter right now of a climate activist sitting in the middle of a road while a man cries and asks him, "Please, I'm going to be fired if I don't go to work. Please let me through." And they won't let him through. Right? People, regardless of if something's effective, people think it's effective, and they're kind of like they get told it's effective, and they're going to do it.
I've heard about that video. I haven't seen it about the motorist trying to go to work. And I haven't seen it. I want to see it. I have thoughts. I have thoughts on that. And kind of confused thoughts. Actually, yeah. In fact, if you can find me that video, I actually might make a panel on that. That might be something fun to discuss. I hope that guy didn't get fired, though. That would actually be really sad.
Perhaps if I could, because I have a very fun gym class I'm going to do tomorrow morning. Very excited about that. I can stay on for a little bit longer though. Okay. So if you want to transition to an open panel, or you want to wrap this up. One thing though, I don't want to leave it on a down note. I don't want to pretend like our society is so stratified we're just going to destroy each other and random acts of super terrorism or whatever. But I one second, I'm getting text messages on my phone.
Sure, no problem. Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. I think that ultimately, I've been thinking about this a lot. I've been thinking about this about 4th of July. Not a lot of people in my life really wanted to do anything for it, and not a lot of people are feeling very patriotic. I think that's kind of a general feeling. And then the shooting happened, and that was kind of the kind of everybody was kind of reclined to not have a very open 4th of July. And I think that the way that we can kind of address this is I think that we need to kind of begin to have a more honest conversation about what a new American identity as a citizen is going to be, right? I think we have a lot of really good conversations about gender and about race and about class that have happened in the last decade. From 2010, election of Obama to the last years of Trump. Let's say that's the time frame. A lot of really important conversations. A lot of very crazy things have happened. A lot of changes. But that's just something that I feel like has not happened. Is that what it means, what the idea, like if you ask a bunch of people in the year 2008 when Obama got elected, what it means to be an American, I think they could really easily give you an answer. I think if you ask them now, I think people are very, very, very hard time giving an answer, and I think that that's not good. I think that we need to kind of come around to that because regardless of if there's going to be a conservative or a liberal or a progressive or whatever kind of social movement that makes America better and like fixes our problems, it's going to need to have an anchoring. You need to be able to anchor around something. We need to be like a group that we're all trying to make better. You know what I mean? And there needs to be something you buy into, and something that like your taxes are going to, and something that you are working towards when you are contributing to society. I don't think that people feel that anymore. I don't feel that. And yeah, I don't know. But I think that can be optimistic. So that's something that can be constructed.
What do you think a person would have said in 2008 as an American citizen?
I mean, so at least my perception. I think that there was this idea that America, because of the idea that, for example, let's think about like the America, like 2008, right? Obama's getting elected, right? It wasn't as contentious. It was an election that I remember people kind of felt like it was like, you know, I don't know if everybody agreed with this, but it wasn't as if it was like Trump versus Hillary. It was like either of these people are not going to end the world. You know, they're crazy, or maybe I think they're crazy, but and you know, maybe in retrospect,
I think to some conservatives, to some, not all, not saying this about all conservatives, but some conservatives, it was like the end of the world type thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the opposite the same because of shit McCain said about Iran, going to war with Iran. A lot of lefties thought it was the opposite, that it was gonna be. I remember seeing stickers that had it was like a gas pump and it said Iran, and like it was turning into Iraq. Right, people thought Iraq was turning into Iran. People thought that we were going to, because he was saying bomb Iran stuff, right? Hey, remember when McCain? This would not have happened in 2016 when the lady came up on the stage and said that Obama was an Arab, and he said, no, that's ridiculous. Obama is a family man. He's a good, honest man. Blah blah blah. That would literally not happen. Come on, like let's be honest with ourselves. Trump would be the one calling. Trump literally was the one that started that rumor. Or not he's Arab, but that he's like not. He's a foreigner.
Yeah.
I think that's a big thing. I think to answer the question just a little bit more directly, I think that what people would have said would have been like, America is kind of a hegemon or a guiding light in the world. That we, Iraq was doing much better. If you remember, the ISIS shit, we had to go back in at the beginning of Obama's first year, which was like right in 2009. He had to do the first, if I'm remembering correctly, right? He had to do the first. He said he was going to drop troops out of Iraq. Then he ended up having to go back on that and send more troops back in because of ISIS. If I'm remembering this correctly.
Yeah. I believe so.
And at the time, there was the Iraq war was going better. The Afghanistan war was going better. The Afghanistan war didn't really start turning really shit to the 2011, which is when a lot of the focus went off of it, which a lot of the money went out. I believe. When what was her name? Charlotte, the person that used to come on here and talk about stuff.
Red Charlotte.
Charlotte, yeah. She talked about this a lot. The idea of like at the time between like 2008 and 2009, or sorry, 2008 and 2010, the Taliban had like the U.S. and the Northern Alliance had controlled like 90% of Afghanistan. It was looking way better. The idea that we were going to pull out of these countries was like that was Obama's promise. Obama was promising we were going to close up Guantanamo Bay. There was on the foreign policy side, there was much more hope. Domestically, he was against gay marriage, but I remember there was a lot. I mean, obviously, the thing at the time was, well, I don't support it at federal, but I think the states should do whatever they want. I support the states, whatever. There was this idea. There was a trend. The states were going more and more towards gay marriage. He was obviously promising universal healthcare, or at least universal coverage with ACA. There were a lot of promises at the time. I think there was a lot of ideas, a lot of this idea that like we are moving towards something. There's something to be moved towards as a country. There's something we are unified under this idea. This idea we are a light in the world. That we are a democracy. We didn't have people breaking down the fucking Capitol and trying to like do a coup. We didn't have people saying that the election was. Was any Republican saying the election was stolen in 2008? That was not. Nobody was saying this. Right?
I don't think
these
so.
were not ideas. These were not ideas. The idea. Well, I think that these ideas of like we're a democracy, we transfer power. Remember. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna do a Destiny meme. Remember what Republicans used to say? Well, when Republicans win elections, we go to work. Haha. Remember after Obama got elected, we didn't riot. Blah blah blah. There weren't riots. We just went right back to work. That was like the Republican meme in 2016, 2020. So that at the time there was just this, and that's kind of true. Obviously, the Republicans instantly the Tea Party took over. There was an instant this big popular surge. But at the time, I think that there was a much bigger American identity. I think that now, I think you would agree. I don't really know what it means to be an American. I think that a lot of people disagree. A lot of countries don't even agree that we have like we don't even agree what the president is.
Okay. I don't know. I guess I'm not so sure that would have been the answer. And so, like, if I can try to distill down what your answer was, because it took a while. If I could try to distill that down, you're saying that to be an American citizen, like, is to be part of a democratic project, in which, well, at least on the international stage, we are like creating stability, if not necessarily peace, but stability around the world, right? We are that guiding light for the world, and then at home, well, even at home, domestically, like, people are still pretty split, right? Like, with like the election of a black man, I feel like you're underestimating like how shocking that was to some people's psyche, right? That's, a black guy was actually in office. How, like, the other side really didn't think it was going to happen. For certain individuals, I'm not trying to put all conservatives on the bus, okay, right? So you don't have to argue with me, audience. But for certain individuals, like, this was a huge fucking shock. They're like, yeah, this is a fun little thing that the Democrats are trying to do, but yeah, I'm like, we're going to have a regular guy in office. And then didn't. And then this was huge. There were, at the time, people were walking around, like, black people were walking around like, this is like the greatest fucking thing ever. And then other people were just like in a state of shock. How could this have actually happened? So I don't know if we, at least domestically, that we would have had.
Let me just phrase it like a little more simply, because I think you're making a lot of good points here, especially when you start talking about different groups. I mean, white conservatives probably are not very thrilled about the year 2008, yeah. Right? But like, in general, I think that we can agree that as of right now, every category that we would look at as like a country, we're like divided as fuck. We're divided about sports, about school, about what we should teach in school, about how our democratic process works, about whether or not our Supreme Court is legitimate, about all these kinds of things, right? Versus in 2008, we can talk about demographics, we can talk about certain sectors, but in general, the general pitch of things was much lower, right? The pitch was much lower. Generally, right now, the tempo, the heat is very hot, just in general, and it feels like every single thing feeds into each other in a way that at least I didn't perceive it as back then, and maybe it didn't seem to be as presented as much in the media.
Okay. I think it's fair to say that partisanship has exploded, right? Even more. I think that, I mean, we even at 2008 we were already in the middle of like the great sorting. I don't know. It's probably a word for this. But like how we are dividing ourselves physically, right? In terms of political divide, right? That was already happening. And I think it's been intensified, especially during the Trump era. This idea of that, like, I can't be socially involved with like a person on the Trump side, right? That to have voted for that type of person says just so much about your character that I can't be involved. I can't like date you, and I can't like, I don't want to be neighbors for the type of person who does that.
I think that was Trump. That had that effect, that phenomenon, when that becoming maybe like we can agree like in certain groups that already always was the case, but that becoming standard for a lot of society was, I think, Trump.
I think so.
Like, it's impossible to, like I think everybody I know has a story about somebody who they consider to be a political radical who doesn't really talk in the family.
Black Yamato, thank you for the 15 months resub. Thank you, buddy. Thanks so much for the support. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that Trump was like a breaking point there. I don't know enough about like what was happening in conservative circles during the Obama era to say that like, like, you voted for Obama, like maybe I don't want to like interact with you. I don't know if conservatives acted that way. So yeah. But okay, so the point that you're driving towards is that we need something to rally around. And you're saying that it's this idea of American citizenship, right? So you're trying to like talk about a solution here.
Yeah, like I mean, to be honest, like just some kind of American nationalism would be the word. You know what I mean?
Okay, some sort of
I think
American.
that we need to have like an ideology about what it means to be an American, what it means to in some way, like what what we are. I don't know, some base fundamental principles that we can understand about our society, and perhaps it's a myth, perhaps it's a me looking back in the world thinking we ever had these, but I don't know. I think the idea that it's just generally the idea that you would have people who don't think that the current person who's in office legitimately won the election. I gotta turn off my camera.
Okay. I imagine.
Sorry. The idea that we have people in this country that legitimately don't think that the person who's in office was legitimately put there. We don't have a similar situation like that in American history, and basically until like the Civil War and sometimes after that and before that. You know what I mean? Like the idea of like at least in history class as a young lad, the peaceful transfer of power was like an example of America. And that was an example of what's cool about America. So other countries, they have wars. Other countries, they have power, coups and power struggles for power. And there aren't really a lot of examples of this in American history. There's like one civil war, and there are some other like shady elections. But like other than that, there aren't like any coups really. Well, there's some obviously attempted coup, but in general.
So, in terms of this, I don't. It's hard to see. I guess maybe because we're in it now. It's hard to see this, coalescing to an American identity. Like, we can't agree on history, right? Like, we are having this CRT panic from the right, that like that they are using it as an excuse to actively write history. Like what was there's that news story like that's slavery, like not calling it slavery but like an involuntary worker or some shit like that, right? Some dystopian term for this horrible moment in American past that they really don't want to deal with. There's some town or something that's doing this, but like like we can't agree on basic facts. We have one side that literally just wants to rewrite history, just like on its face, rewrite it, and is going through multiple simultaneous panics, right? Moral panics, right? So they're going on a CRT panic, and they're banning textbooks because like a math textbook because it's teaching CRT but actually just mentions a black guy, right? For a word problem, and then that we gotta ban it. And then doing literal book burnings is happening on the right. Literal book burnings. And about things that they find objectionable. There is involuntary relocation. Thank you, Desperado Sensei. Always there in the pinch. Much appreciated. Involuntary relocation. All right, like how dystopian is that? But the idea of like our core identity, right? Like because the CRT is one panic, right? But then it's the trans individuals, right? The trans are grooming people, or we're grooming them, or what? Maybe there's grooming happening on both sides. Something is being groomed, right? And I'm gonna say the word grooming a bunch of times before until like the meaning is lost, right? But anyway, in case we can't agree on like what is a man or a woman. At this point, so if we can't nail down that, right, these basic ideas, it's hard for me to see us coming together, right, for this American identity. I can see that the left could come together. People who are nominally on the left could come together and have an idea, right? But for our conservative brothers and sisters, like what will we agree on? I'm just not sure. Go ahead.
This is what I think. I think that like something you have to understand. I think a lot of the reasons why people want to have like the CRT convo, a lot of these different conversations, is like before we can like come together and we can like create a compromise or we can live together, we have to admit where there are differences. There are a lot of people that don't want to admit there are any differences between white people and black people. They want to pretend like, oh no, we can all be Americans. We don't have to ever talk about the history of racism. We don't have to have any kind of special laws, no affirmative action, no reparations. Just blank citizen going forward, blank slate will be good. I think that there's people that believe that on the left and the right. I think there are people that don't want to have conversations about gender because they don't want to talk about, for example, I'm sure you would agree. We're two cis guys here, as far as I know. Probably I don't want to box you in, but typically when we talk about these things, like I'm sure you've seen the conversation where one person will want to kind of like get into what it means to be a woman and like what a trans woman, cis woman, blah blah blah, and then somebody will just say, well, no, woman means you identify as a woman, that's it, and they don't even want to ever, because I think a part of that is at least like. There are differences between cis women and trans women, and cis men and trans men, and all there's difference between all kinds of different groups of people. And part of integrating them in society is understanding where those differences are, so we can create compromises and adjustments to that. Right? I mean, one of the reasons why I have this perspective, this idea that you have to understand where your differences are. I had a lot of speech impediments growing up. I was in special ed. I was not going to get anywhere with the teachers that pretended that I was like every other kid. Right, like I was not getting anywhere with those teachers. The teachers that pretended understood that I had certain not limitations. I had certain ways that my body and my mind looked at information. Once that was understood, that I was able to have a much better learning environment. And that's why I think it's going to work with all this kind of stuff. I think that ideally, I think that if we can get through this without having too much political violence, I think that we will begin to realize where are the differences. Where are the new differences between conservatives and liberals that didn't exist in the past, or were not as big of a deal in the past, but are now big of a big deals. I don't know. I think that we can get through this, and I think that understanding where the differences are is part of that. That's why I support gender conversations.
So, but even there, like the left doesn't agree, right? So, like when I hear you talk about like a woman is a woman. You just have to declare yourself a woman, and that's woman. Well, when I hear that, because I've made similar arguments, but it's not that like I don't understand that a woman has like a cis woman has biological differences from a trans woman. Obviously, that's the case, right? I'm just talking about identity. Right, but other people hear that and they maybe assume that I don't understand those things and that I don't acknowledge those differences, right? And people on the left can make that mistake. That's not obvious. So like we haven't had that coalescing on the left. We're still having that conversation because we're going through a realignment. Like the people on the left, we're realigning our thinking, and our conservative brothers and sisters are fighting it. But don't worry, we'll get you eventually. We're having this realignment on gender. And so we're still having these conversations. And I've said it before. So I said that like. We're going to have a consensus, but we're going to have multiple consensuses, right? We have a lot of consensuses in blue states, in blue areas, right? And a different consensus in red areas. And that's just how it'll be. That we will reach a tolerable equilibrium with each other. So that like in blue areas will be like more conscious about like gender identity, and like we'll create social norms that keep things like that in mind. And we're just using gender identity as one example. There's many other examples of where we're like broken as a society, but like but we'll come to a consensus about that. And then on the right, they'll come to a consensus. They're moving, right? They're moving closer to the left, because the moment that you start acknowledging people's pronouns, even begrudgingly, right, then you've already moved, right? They're going to move to a spot, not a place comfortable with liberals, but like acceptable. It's like, all right, whatever, it's not worth fighting about. And they'll learn to just deal with this this new paradigm, right? And it'll just be two different consensuses, and you just have to understand that we're traveling around. I think that's more likely than to have this idea of a unified identity.
I totally agree.
And finally, I think you've already touched on it, is that this idea maybe had never truly existed, and that like if we investigated each area of America, there might be a sense of you might have an American identity that is pushed forward by the majority, But if you look at significant portions of the population, they feel differently, and especially on the division of race, right? You can't look in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and say that Black Americans had the same idea of what it means to be an American citizen as white Americans, right? But white Americans might be able to have told you in that era. You might be finding white Americans say, "Oh, I know what an American citizen is, and it's this," right? And we all feel this way. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think we are I think we're like the top 5 biggest countries on earth, right? No other country that's our size divides politically the way that we do. The way they're like way more authoritarian, or they have areas that have like way more autonomy. I think that there are certain things in our society that we would view like as being like, technically they are political, but we view them as so like segmented in the way that we do things that we don't view them as political. Remember when like people were bringing up not sending people to school and how like that was like almost universally made fun of, right? As like this ridiculous argument. Technically that is a political position, and there are some countries that like, you know, have like really bad rates of like sending kids to school, public school, because like, you know, they have like, you know, for lots of different reasons, right? But we've already had this battle. We've had conversations about whether or not you can decide on school, who has to go to school, how we make money on school. A lot of these have already been segmented in the way that we do things. That the idea that all kids have to go to school, this is not an issue that becomes partisan. You know what I mean? In like the modern age, right? In general, obviously people argue about school funding, but it's not whether or not kids should go to class. We all agree kids should go to school. We disagree about how much money the teachers should have, whether it should be charter schools, whether it should be private schools, right? We have allowances for kids, that people that want to do alternative school. We have allowances for other kinds of stuff. I think that the goal of our political system is that as you keep saying, people, you know, the right are making concessions. We're going to continue to make, you know, the right are going to make concessions, the left are going to make concessions, and ideally there will be an equilibrium that is met, in which like with school, we quabble over the details, but in general we agree there should be school that everybody gets to go to, and regardless of if you're really poor or really rich, you get to go to school, right? Is what I'm saying making sense?
Yeah. And that there are plenty of examples of these things. And just like the idea that, and I think this is more true in conservative circles, that the idea of homeschooling is more acceptable, right? There are political reasons as to why, but like they're not fighting us on the fact that their kids need to be educated, right?
Percent.
Yeah, just where we go, that fight's already been had, and now it's the detail. So on gender identity, trans people exist, right? And they're going to get over this grooming thing, right? So right now, like, we're deep in a moral panic. And in 10 years, people are going to look back and be extremely embarrassed and then pretend like they weren't part of it. Countdown to that. There's gonna be a moment in time where people are like, yeah, I remember back then, yeah, there was some talk about trans people grooming. Obviously that's a ridiculous thing because there's no evidence of this fucking shit, right? And I wasn't a part of it. Countdown, just like the satanic panic, right? And all of a sudden no one was part of that. No one was part of that moral panic. Now you can't find one of them, but our country was in the grips of this, and once again children either being groomed or killed, right? Like, because children are easy target to get people fucking riled up. But you can't. But who was part of that? Who was pushing that? Can't find them anymore. So yeah, countdown to the moment we get past this. But in any case, right? That at some point we'll accept that trans people are a thing again, and it'll just be like, how do we treat these individuals? How welcome are they in certain spaces, right?
Yeah. I think that's my hope. That's my hope. I think that obviously a lot of people could critique this, and they can say, well, why are the human rights of some people like up to the this pendulum swing of whatever? But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what other political system we could have that's going to be able to do it better, right? Which is maybe a little bit short-sighted or whatever, maybe too liberal of me. I don't know. I agree with almost everything you said. I don't really have a ton to add exactly to that. I think that I would hope that if we, like I said, if we can get past I don't know. The world is looking like a very crazy place, and if things don't pop off like they look like they're popping off, I do think America could settle back down, and that this idea of what it means to be an American, maybe it's something that maybe it's truth that it only actually does exist in the past, but that contradiction is what we have to like fuel ourselves with, right? So we agree that we're never going to experience it right now, but like we can agree that we should try to strive for it in the way that we create our nation, so that in the future we can look back and we can kind of see what we were aiming for, and we can see that like the foundation, and we can build on that. Does that make sense? Right? I was thinking. Okay, think about this. Maybe this is an insane example, but do you remember when you were like a teenager or a young kid, when people would tell you like, "Oh, enjoy being a kid, enjoy your youth." You don't really feel like a kid, right? But you go back and like you think back, and it obviously you understand what it means to be a kid. All the different things about life make sense, and it's like the carefreeness, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff, right? Perhaps that's like what perhaps like that kind of like created this national ideal. Perhaps that's the same kind of thing. We're not going to be able to envision it in the moment. Where people are going to tell us, oh, you should remember what it used to be. We're not going to be able to understand that advice, but we should strive towards it. We should live our life, carpe diem, live your life like it's your last day, so that in the future, when you look back on your life, you can be happy because you were trying to live towards this ideal, even if you didn't get to it. I don't know, maybe that's hyper idealistic, but that's what I'm looking towards.
Yeah. Well, look. First of all, Ezra, thank you for the 11 months of resub. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the support. Look. Yeah. I mean, I would like to. I don't know, but then again, maybe I might be too much of a partisan to have this conversation, because I would want a united country, but like honestly, I want it more united along my ideals. So I think my ideas are better. Right, like my ideals create a world where people are respected for their differences, and that they aren't these marginalized individuals aren't just seen to be like dangerous to children, like on site, right? Like my world is a world that's overall less violent. My world is like, and not just violent in terms of like physical violence or gun violence, right? Economic violence. I that's what I would create. And so like the idea of doing something united with another side who they're conservatives. I don't think most conservatives are fucking monsters, right? Like you might think that's why I'm going with this. I'm not saying that, but like their policies and their goals, right, end up doing just so much harm. So like, what is there to unite about?
This is where the partisanness comes in, right? I agree. The partisan political organization, the GOP, if you fuels off this conservatism and then uses that to do bad things. But like the reason why people support conservatism in like a more like metaphysical or philosophical sense, I don't think has to do with those necessarily has to the core is not those bad outcomes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean they're not trying. Yeah, most of them. Well, I mean, when it comes to immigration, maybe it is they're trying to get the bad outcomes. So. Oh,
no. I would say no. I'm sure you would say the steelman of a conservative about immigration is that like we should stop like we should make. Well, hold on. I don't know. I guess like what my disagreement was going to be, but maybe you're kind of right. My disagreement here was that many times conservatives, when they talk about immigration, they'll say like, well, we should make it so that people don't even come. Like, we should make it have an immigration policy so that these people are not even trying to cross the border. And they say that the reason that people are trying to cross the border and that they come to these really bad outcomes of like starving in the desert or being like an internment camp or whatever is because the Democrats like encourage it. Am I off base here, or that seems like that? That's like what.
So we have the conservatives in chat, and whatever I say is they're going to say it's wrong, but whatever. I would say if I was going to steal man a conservatives argument, is like, well, we want to protect jobs, right, and opportunities here in the States, right, and like letting all these people in uses up our resources that they think are scarce, right? Scarce to the point that if our current policies will someday cause some sort of severe breakdown. Our current immigration policies will cause a severe breakdown. So like to protect society for future generations, it might be better to severely limit immigration and have it just done the legal way, right? And the legal way is a safer way. So I think that would be a I don't think what you're saying was wrong. I think there's just a bit more to it, but yeah.
I think that's the other side of the coin, right? I just like the idea that our quote unquote liberal immigration policy encourages people to try to come here is something that I hear all the time from conservatives, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What was your larger point with that, though?
The larger point of that is that just because somebody supports like a political organization, a partisan political organization that leads to these really fucked up outcomes, I don't think that they support, say, the immigration because they don't support the party because they achieve these bad outcomes. They have they believe that they truly believe that more limited immigration is going to be better for both us and the member nation. And in most cases, I think that most people are not motivated by like wanting to have the bad outcome and wanting to have
I could say that for a person like Debateboard who constantly fucking disagrees with me in chat, right?
Yeah,
I bring up a lot because he's a conservative who has vastly different ideas than I do and you do, right? But he engages, so I can talk to. We can engage with each other, and I don't think this person wants bad outcomes for others, right? I don't think so little of him, but like I also have seen frothing at the mouth Trumpistas, right? Like losing it, like the way they talk about the foreigners, the others, right? Like it seems like
I think those people are just like radicals. I think those people exist, right?
But they're just radicals.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, when I say just radicals, I'm not trying to dismiss their influence. I don't think that they're representative of what I would view as being both the conservative base, just in general, of the country, not especially outside of the GOP. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I should have been specific there.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, Okay, so going back to the whole thing about the great sorting, right? Saying that voting for Trump says something about your character. Like, at some point, like, okay, so if the goal of this conversation that you and I are having right now is to saying that we should come together for some sort of American citizenship, like this general American consciousness, right? These values that we want to like reorient ourselves around, something new. It may not look like what it was in the past, but something new, right? And we want liberals and conservatives to reach some sort of acceptable equilibrium with each other to make this thing happen, right? Well, Trump, this deep, bigoted individual who pushed the most divisive policies, right? People voted for him twice. There's so many excuses, right, as to why individuals might have voted for him the first time, but they voted for him again. And so yes, I'm sure many of those individuals are kind, right? If you can get a beer with them, have a good conversation with them, you'll have disagreements, but sure. But they were okay with putting this monster in there again, twice. They voted for him. And so, at some point, yeah, like again, maybe I'm too partisan for this conversation, but like,
yeah, because like the reason, I mean, I didn't want to say that because I feel like it's like I'm not trying to be dismissive.
Yeah,
I'm not dismissing. I think what you're saying is like very genuine. I think you're you're right. I understand what you're saying. But what they would probably say is the same reason why you, as a leftist, who probably is very reviled by Joe Biden. I don't know if you voted for Joe Biden, but that leftist voted for Joe Biden. I mean, many of these people view Trump as being. I think most people view the person they vote as being the person who's going to do a less bad job than the other person.
Okay, I mean, I hear you.
I mean, like maybe I'm really off on that, but that just seems like over and over and over again. It's very hard. You have to kind of find online like these like people that are like, I love Trump. He's the God Emperor. Like most people that are even Trump supporters, Doghouse, Debateboard, whoever it is. Well, can see that, like, yeah, he does dumb shit. People I don't, things about his personal life I don't like, but he's the lesser bad of the two sides.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think that's valid. I think, it's just, and if we're talking about maybe again, this might be just going to your point that Trump is just such an then again, I hate calling him an aberration, but okay. Let me make.
I don't think he's an aberration. I definitely wouldn't say that. I mean, I think that.
Okay.
I definitely think he's an aberration. I definitely think that like nothing to what I'm saying is to try to say that like people are not influenced by racism to be conservatives or anything like this. I was actually trying to make an external example of this, which is like I'm sure we would agree that there are many people that are liberals that support policy that negatively affect black or other kind of POC communities. They don't support it because they're racist. They support it because they're anti-racist. I think it's going to help them.
I think if we had been talking about a quote unquote sane Republican in deep quotes, right? Deep scare quotes there. Like if not Marco Rubio. Yes, Marco Rubio. That's what I was thinking of. If Marco Rubio had been put up for election, he had won. I would have hated everything that he done. Right? Fuck Marco Rubio. Not a fan. But you could have guessed that about me. But like, he would have done a series of things what I just could not fucking stand. But if my Republican friend say to me that looking back at his record, looking back at what he's done to this country and this individual, the character of the individual, right? That like coming into 2020, I voted again for him. Like, okay, great. Like I didn't like it. I'm not going to like it. But like I understand that's your guy, and you me as a this hypothetical conservative may not have agreed with everything, right? I mean, maybe thought he actually did not that great of a job, but you're like, you know what, he's gonna do a better job than Biden. All right, well I can agree, I can understand your perspective there, but Trump, he was something different. He was this dude, like his just embarrassing us on the world stage. I guess there's no point in me going down the laundry list that you already understand, right? But like this dude, to vote for him again, it says, I don't think it's completely unfair. I don't think it's completely unfair to say that it says something about you. Right? I don't think it is completely unfair to do that. I think it's maybe unfair to stop, right? Like, okay, you voted for Trump, and then like that's the only thing I need to know about you, right? Like I can't get to know you as a person. Obviously, there's many conservatives I have lots of conservative friends, Kobe, right? But like people like I can understand and who have voted for Trump twice, and I can get to know them, and I say that these people are people I actually really enjoy and I appreciate as human beings, right? But it's a mark against them, and it's a mark against them unlike a fucking like voting for Marco Rubio would have been, right? Like that wouldn't have been a mark against them. I wouldn't have considered that a mark. But for Trump, no, it's a failing of my conservative brothers and sisters to vote for him twice.
I don't even, one of the reasons I value conversations with you so much is because like I don't even disagree with anything you said, but there's still something about something in my like heart that disagrees, and I need to like process this more. I think I underestimate. I think you were speaking very much truthfully how much many people in this country, like you said, view Trump as being like you said, an aberration, as being something that is truly more vile than other things have been, and that accepting that and playing into that just needs to be addressed. And that's something that I need to kind of like address more, because what's something I was going to say to you, that a critique I need to if I'm going to critique you to this, I need to critique myself first, which is if I'm going to say to you, well, hold on, if we tell these conservatives they have the mark of the beast, they're not going to want to listen to you. Well, the other way around, right? If all these liberals, including yourself, not to call you liberal, but liberal, conservative, the two, right? Yin and yang sides. That the more liberal, you being more liberal, if they view voting for Trump as being the mark of the beast, I can't ignore that. I have to address that. So I thank you for giving me that perspective, but I don't think I have a very good response to it, to be 100% honest. I think I tend to be a lot more critical of the left, and I think I can then kind of fail to see some of these things. But perhaps what my suggestion would be, what would you think about framing this, at least in a conversation, more so as, how is this not a mark against your party that they let this was the guy that was 2 times chosen? Like I was saying earlier, instead of taking this to be this more philosophical critique, you did a philosophical wrong. Try to make it a partisan issue in this case, and then critique the institution, so that we can turn it into when something is an institutional critique, it's not a personal critique. Is what I'm saying making sense?
Oh, so if you're saying that like for the benefit of civil society that we were having these conversations, like don't make it individually focused and instead
Yeah.
like attack the party. I yeah. So like if we want to get things done in our society, then attacking people on an individual level is just it makes it very difficult. It makes it, when people feel
Yeah.
personally attacked, they're not going to be cooperative. I get that. I think it's fair to say that, but yeah, I think
The reason I say this, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the reason I say this was like, I'm sure you would agree. When you hear a conservative say that Democrats are the real racists, I'm assuming you probably don't listen to anything they say very seriously, right?
Yeah, mostly because I have my
And
critiques about
I'm assuming that if a
liberals.
conservative said, if a Eucharist came on and said, I think the Democratic Party supports racism in ways that liberals don't want to address, I'm sure you would actually agree with that, and you might actually that's like a foot in the door,
Yeah,
right? And so like my foot in the door with this is it's like Trump, somebody's saying in chat, Trump is like a syphilitic, dementia, necrotic brain, like capitalist scumbag. Like a lot of the values that the people that vote for him express having, if you can address it, be like this, if this is the party you want to like support, I think that's, at least in my personal experience, it's a lot more effective.
no, it is.
But I can, like I was saying, I don't think that's a very good response to what you're saying. Because I don't think anything you said was wrong. I think you were dishing a lot of facts. I'm just getting like a pragmatic critique.
No, it's and it's absolutely the right way to go, right? I in my I think especially some of my conservative friends would agree here that like I'm not always concerned with pragmatism when I'm talking in my rhetoric. I'm more of a fire breather here, and that's fair. So. And right now I am channeling the feelings of so many others, right?
Yeah.
That Trump was that like okay, so I have a friend from a previous job, right? Great guy. I like him a lot. He's a cool dude. He's a conservative, and we've had political conversations and we just disagree, and that's okay. And he voted for Trump, and I think he voted for him twice. I believe so. That he voted for this man twice. And it's like, okay, I know this guy for years, and we had like he's like a Star Wars fan, right? Like you can imagine the conversations we've had, right? The deep conversations we've had on fucking Star Wars, right? He's a person that I deeply like, but like something that like I think about is that while I don't think my friend is a racist, I think he was okay for like voting for a racist.
Yeah.
like I think he was fine with tolerating it. Like maybe he didn't see it. It's possible he didn't see it like when he first voted for him. Okay, that's a possibility. That like he was just so out there and maybe focused on how bad the Democrats are that he didn't see what Trump was previously. But he voted for him again. Go ahead.
Like I think these people really think that the Democrats cause more racism with their policies. The instant response would be, well, hold on, who is the mayor of every city that is full of black people? It's a Democrat. It's been Democrats in like 1970s. That's like the instant response. You know what I mean?
And again, my response would be to that, like, you mean these cities that have been disincentivized? Demont, or that's maybe whatever. Where money has left them, right? Where we live in a nation where of the Great White Flight, and then you're like, well, these cities are falling apart. Well, the people with money, and it wasn't just a natural evolution of society, right? Where white people all of a sudden decide the suburbs is where they absolutely had to be. It was like government policy as well that made that happen. So like
they think it's government policy that's liberal policy that makes people not want to live there. Yeah, but listen, I have to get, like I said, I have a gym in the morning. Okay, tonight I have exercised the muscle of the brain. Tomorrow I must exercise the muscle of the body. I truly do love every single conversation I have with you. You're one of like one of my best intellectual buddies. And yeah, I don't know. I like I was saying earlier. I feel like you always give me a perspective that I like a lot of times like forget, because I'm just like I always want to be the person that's like thinking about. I never want to be the Dunning-Kruger. I never want to be the person who thinks they're smarter than they really are. But then like I think that can also like you can lose. There are real people behind this shit. And I'm never gonna talk to somebody. I'm never gonna get through to them if they truly do Trump as being an aberration. If I try to get them, like, well, come on, there's a reason why you would vote for Omega Hitler.
I feel the exact same about you, Kobe. Like that's why I say it all the time, right? And I need someone like you, people like you, to pull me back because I am a fire breather, and sometimes I do need to get things done. Right, and I need to be pushing pragmatic solutions, and I get like too into my own head, and I like to get on my high horse. I love the view from the high horse.
I love it too. I love it too.
Yeah, but anyway, buddy, thank you so much for having that conversation with me.
And also, I just want to say something because I see everybody in chat is talking about Biden. I'll give you a little spice for the panel. I see Brent, I see debate board. Joe Biden's the greatest president we've ever had. I think he's actually better than Obama. I think he's better than JFK. I think he's better than really all of them combined. I think his foreign policy pretty much I agree with in every single. I honestly agree with every single foreign policy decision he's made. I think that it was awesome when he tweeted out that gas prices should be lower, and he instantly made them lower. I don't think he's done anything wrong. I think that every part of the crime bill was correct. I think it should have gone further, and I will not elaborate. And honestly, I think that Joe Biden should be, not only should they pack the Supreme Court, pack the presidency. Let's have Kamala be president part 2. We can have 2 presidents because I think Kamala is actually really wonderful. I think she doesn't get enough representation. And I think Kamala is really one behind it.
Forget Brento and debate boy. You've tilted me. All right, bud. Thank you,
brother. I love it, man. Take care.
Bye. I am officially fucking tilted with that. Okay. All right. Let's regroup. Oh boy. All right, so I want to read some of your comments because I know you guys were hitting me with some stuff, and I was too busy with my man Kobe, so I'm gonna go back a little bit, not too far back, because I'll be here fucking forever. And I still haven't gone over I had articles prepared. It wasn't just gonna be me ranting. I was gonna go over the Highland park shooting, cover different angles of the whole thing, right? I haven't even touched that. So I came here prepared. It wasn't just gonna be me. All right, whatever. But you guys have been saying stuff to me, so I was people in your waiting room. Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you so much, debate board. Waterkai says that's why Republicans prosper. They tend to stick together no matter how flagrant. Progressives throw each other under buses. I would say if you talk to a conservative that they would might not agree as much with that there are deep disagreements on the conservative side, that it's difficult for us on the other side to see and fully acknowledge. I think again, I debate board, I hope you don't mind me using you as a constant example, okay? All right, I do it because I respect you, okay? Even though I disagree, I use you because I respect you, okay? I think our friend debate board who when I bring up conservative thought, right? And I talk about I'll bring in conservative news sources, right? And I'll talk about them, and he'll stop me and he'll say, well, I'm not consuming that. I'm consuming things like the National Review, right? Specifying that he's a different breed of conservative than the one I'm talking about, right? There are there's the Fox News, Newsmax, a fever swamp, right? And then there are other people who are who read Red State or National Review, debate board, he makes that division. And I think maybe if he was talking to the fever swamp type people, that he'd have a lot of disagreements. I'm assuming that he would have a lot of disagreements with them. So to say necessarily that they don't. So your comment kind of implies that there's like not divisions on their side, and I think that there are, but it just might be difficult for us to see those. Okay. Okay. So scrolling down. Spent $100 billion. Doritos says, "What the fuck are you talking about? This clown." I think you're talking about Biden. Brought us into a war with Russia. Spent $100 billion on a non-winnable war. Oh, okay. I like to go into that, but like that's a deeper conversation. But I'm deeply skeptical of Joe Biden. I'm deeply skeptical of that guy. So but like that's a larger conversation about my feelings about the Ukraine war. That's another day. We talk about practice. We talk about practice. Thank you for bringing up that line. Thank you for that. Saying that line, "Poor kids are just as smart as white kids," right? That line from Joe Biden. Poor kids are just as smart as white kids. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you for that. How about Biden's toes with Ukraine gas pipeline company? Oh, you mean his son? And his son was on the board of the trustees. Yeah. That. If you maybe Doritos, your words are directed to my friend Kobe. But I think Kobe was just like trolling hard to get that kind of reaction. So I think Kobe also has some skepticism about President Biden. Putin literally works with Trump's election. Okay. Corona says Trump effectively converted the majority of the Republican Party to the white supremacist party. Some people will say Nancy Pelosi anti-trade scandal. Exactly. Fucking Nancy Pelosi. Garbage. Biden literally said, "If you don't vote for me, then you aren't black." Yeah, he said that too. Yeah, he's so fun. Oh, I'm so happy that I was able to vote for him. Thank you, Democratic primary voters, for making that happen. It's fucking awful. So anyway, Biden equal failure in Afghanistan. My feelings on Afghanistan are complicated. Ukraine. My feelings on Ukraine are complicated. Southern border, I guess is what you're saying there. Yeah, but I'm not sure. I'm curious if we agree on why he's a failure there. Economy. I don't know if I would say that about him. I wouldn't say that about the economy. Baby food shortage, I would say that was a failure. Possible crash of USD and Western economy, I wouldn't put that all on his shoulders. Biden is a documented racist. I agree. Green Plenty, right is fully indoctrinated. They might not be able to disagree with the alt-right media. Due to this, local Democrats are the party of war. I think you can make a case for that. Crystal Clear says, so not that I agree white supremacists are racist, but how does that stack up with the party who would knowingly set up Trump and accuse him of faked information about Russia? That's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. Shouldn't happen. The Russia dimension was too much. Too much. So it's a bad thing. But the Republican Party is just worse. I don't know. How does it stack up to a party that, as Kobe brought up, did everything they could to delegitimize President Obama as a foreigner, right? Right? They didn't do this with Clinton, and they didn't do that with Biden, but for some reason, and I can't put my finger on why, that Republican politicians, I'm not even talking about like the frothing base, the Republican politicians kept questioning President Biden's citizenship, right? And whether he actually belonged here. I wonder why. I just can't. Why did they pick Obama for that? I don't know. Debate board says always a reason for PrimeCayes to blame white people, Democrats, driving major cities into the ground. To blame white people, Democrats. So debate board, right? Yeah, there's always a reason for me to like have a better understanding of history than you do, I guess, right? Like, I take history into account, and so if you think that the white flight has nothing to do with like how our cities are today, now I'm not saying democratic policies aren't a problem. In fact, I have critique of the Democratic Party and their policies and how that's left. You've already heard me debate board. You've already heard my critique. I have deep critiques about the Democratic Party and like their failure of the black community. Right? I've said that I've given conservatives credit when they say that like minorities should rethink their support of the Democratic Party, right? Of this blind support because they haven't been serving us. I've agreed with that, right? So I get that debate board. I understand this, but I also know, yeah, white people who you would agree have the more wealth than others in this nation, right? Them all fleeing the city, not all obviously, but that migration of fleeing the cities for the suburbs because the cities aren't safe anymore or whatever, right? Or looking for the American dream, which is away from black people. That was a problem, right? Like that moment, whatever you think the reasons and was behind it, would be a problem for the coffers of cities, right? And what they could bring it to bear, and like how like that would help explode poverty, right? When that tax base disappears. Like I think you would agree on that. Well, I would hope you could agree on that much, that might have an effect into the future, into our present, because we still haven't actually quite reversed that. So I don't know, whatever. The vapor does always a good job at tilting me. I don't know. Like, okay. It's funny. I read a history book right before 2016 election. It said, only time rich people make good leaders is after a civil war. Otherwise, they just want to make themselves richer 90% of the time. Trump, that's interesting. Trump is opposite. Won't help out, but will make money. Is Biden not racist? It's proven to be. He said a lot of racist shit in the past. A lot of racist shit. Crystal clear art. The media, aka propaganda arm of the Democratic Party, completely painted Trump in ridiculous fashion. Time and time again, I can't believe people don't start to question what was going on. It depends on what you're talking about, because Trump did that to himself mostly, but like it depends on what you're talking about. So there's some things I think you and I might find agreement on, Crystal. Other things, absolutely not. Prime is a mouth breather. That's true. You heard it here first. No, that's I can't disagree with that. Definite liberal policies, a bit more like which one? Biden tried to illegally force companies to vaccinate their employees, had to be overturned by the Supreme Court. Oh, okay. Well, I'll leave it alone. That's no point in arguing. Gargle, people think billionaires are getting populations to Mars before the moon. Capitalism has people just worshiping big business figureheads. Okay. Sorry, just gonna, you're an extremist if you don't love centrist Joe. All right, scrolling down, I'm just trying to get to this is how you know the left is being bad faith when they won't condemn Biden of the same thing they accuse Trump of, such as being a racist, yet Biden built a career betraying black voters. Hey, again, never are. Hello, again, never. I'm not sure if we ever talked to you before, but hello, hi, thanks for being here. As I think you guys have already heard that, I agree. Biden, he was part of the super predator. He was on that super predator train way back when, right? Him and Hillary Clinton. So I'm not sure if you're new here or not. But yeah, I'm on that fucking train. You want to shit on Biden? This is the right place for you. Anyway, Crystal Clear says, well, I am willing to dialogue about Trump, but hate when tired old hackney media distortions have to be addressed. So you and I always seem to do good. All right, fair enough. Even if everyone is racist, at least have a good economy. Desperado says, check your DMs. Okay, yeah. I'll look at that later. There's a conservative in your waiting room. Why don't you ask him? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I'm not scared of. Okay, I was just gonna have like a whole conversation, but I guess you guys wanted like to come on and have a chat with me and argue, and that'll be fun. I'm always up for that. So I we can do that. Hold on. Ted Cruz father, Zodiac, wife insulted. I don't know why you're telling me that. Conservatives fall in line. Progressives want to fall in love. Sorry, scrolling. I'm just trying to catch up with chat. It's probably going to be some inter weirdo, and that's okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I think people like Voss should have to go to work jobs with regular people to recalibrate. All right, I don't know about that. I read over. This is why we vote Trump 2024, because do nothing Dems don't care about you. Again, never says conservatives believe in moral dignity. Progressives believe we should move on and create new moral standards that reflect their arbitrary worldview. I appreciate you guys willing to entertaining the scandalous behavior of both Republicans and Democrats. Good man. All right, fair enough. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi is probably out back looking for liquor in the trash. Debate board says you're going to open your panel tonight. Benjo's calling you out, just saying lols. Okay, yeah. I guess we'll do that. For many time. I had a whole presentation lined up. I was gonna do my presentation, but it's not important. I think it's a tactic unique. Okay, to answer that question, where is California on the list of world economies? Like fifth or something? I guess you're saying that Democrats are doing such a bad job, but California is doing so well. It's like if it was a country by itself, it'd be like the fifth largest world economy or something like that. Is that what your response is? Okay, I'm just scrolling down. Trump. All right. Yeah, that's a good one. Kronos. That's a good thing from Trump. Trump said, like, yeah, black guys counting my money. I hate it. The only kind of people I want counting my money are short guys wearing yarmulkes. Those are the only kind of people I want counting my money. Nobody else. Besides that, I tell you something else. I think that guy's lazy, and it's probably not his fault because laziness is a trait in blacks. Yeah. Yeah. Trump said that. But apparently, our conservative brothers and sisters tend to ignore these things. It's like, when has Trump ever been racist? Right? Like, he was literally fined. I believe he was actually fined by like the Justice Department for housing discrimination. Him and his KKK rally attendee father, right? Like that guy, the Fred Trump, the guy who like frequents white supremacist rallies, that guy and his son, yeah, they got sued for their housing discrimination. They really didn't want to rent to black people, and of course there was that moment, yeah, talking about like how he didn't want black people counting his money, he just wanted the Jews. But they can't find, guys, but conservatives, they can't find racism. They can't find it. That's not clear enough example, because did he hang the black people we're talking about, right? Did he actually put up a burning cross in their lawn? If he didn't do that, well then how can we sure what's in his heart? How can we be sure? We're going to have to ignore all of that then. Unbelievable. But yeah, it was unbelievable. Okay, so let's move forward. Okay. Says look into his contractor selections as well. His contractors he stiff were people of color mainly. Really? Hey, a Jack Gander painting. Do you have a link about that? I haven't heard about, because I know Trump being a fucking cheapskate, right? Good at business. He just literally like robbed people, right? If Biden just like Obama was just not paying individuals, fucking conservatives will lost their mind over that shit, right? But no, Trump would just like not pay individuals, contractors, just like refuse to pay them. So you're saying he mostly that people of color. If you have a source for that, I would love to see it. I hadn't heard about that part, that they're mostly people of color. That would be really interesting to know, right? But again, I guess, you know, I want to be able to see. So I just couldn't see the racism. Just can't find it. Just looked under the rocks. Right? Is it under the bed? Maybe I just can't find the racism. More like most people didn't read the book wherein someone alleges that Trump said something in 1991. Okay, all right, yeah, no, yeah, but he was actually fined by the Justice Department. Like that actually happened. So I guess you didn't read that either, but that's okay. All right. Anyway, let's okay. So people want to jump in here and have a conversation, so we'll do it. Is SEAL Team Raz still here? SEAL Team Raz, hey, yeah, you are here. SEAL Team Raz, if you could do me a favor, do me a solid, as you always do, right? If you could help me out in the waiting room, that would be a much appreciated. That'd be quite helpful. Bringing in these individuals in, right? I think Debate War wants to come in, especially, and wants to have a fight with me, and that'll be great because I like talking to Debate War. I like talking to him. Okay, I like Debate War less in Twitch chat, honestly. But I like him over voice, right? First of all, I like his voice. I think he's got a nice voice. And I think we can when we're having like a back and forth that way, that is just a lot easier. Okay, all right. So it just works for us both. It's harder to have that back and forth and chat. Like everything that Debate Board types to me seems accusatory. And maybe it is. I don't know. But like I think we it's impossible for us to find common ground when it's just like me talking and him typing. It's just not gonna work. We need to have a deeper conversation. So oh god, just looking at the things the Debate Board types. Just I'm just looking at another thing that he typed. It's like, you said you remember this from a documentary about Trump, so now I need to find a source and writing all because I hate the internet. Yeah, but like, guy, like I would like to bring that up. Jack Ander, I would like to bring that up, but people are going to ask me for a source. They're going to ask me like, where do you see that? And I haven't seen it, and at this point, it's just a person in chat saying it to me. So like, I don't, yeah, that's not going to fly. Wick, we're about to open up the panel if you want to jump in. Oh, and lots of people are already in. Okay. All right, so jumping in. Hello all. Hey, hi.
What's up, Prime? How are you, buddy?
Sup. Hey, you guys got cameras? I need cameras. We need cameras on.
Camera on.
All right. My man Brancher doesn't let me down.
I feel like the FBI
mine's on, and I will
webcam.
not turn mine off, even if I have to go to the bathroom in like 2 seconds.
Okay, great. That would be quite helpful. All right, we're getting some cameras on. Oh, all right. This is good. All right. Okay. So we are gonna. Here we go. Put this on. Put that here.
I'm trying to come up with an accusation.
Oh, it sounds a little cringe. Oh.
Okay. All right. So thanks all for being here. Thank you for being here, Benji. Isle. Hey, nice to see you, Isle. Waterkai, Spaniard, Bento Box. I'll be happy to see him once I see his pretty face. Nova-san. And then my
lovely voice.
Your lovely voice, right?
It'd be better if I didn't have this shitty mic, man.
It would be. Man, I can affectionately call my nemesis Debate Board. Debate Board.
I haven't reached that level. My power level isn't that high. I might be white, I might be privileged, I might be cis, but my power level isn't that high.
All right. Let's start off with the fireworks. Let's just get it started, all right? My man Debate Board here disagrees wildly with just about everything I've said over the last 3.5 hours. So, Debate Board, like, start us off. Like, how am I wrong? And please correct me.
No, this is all good fun, right? This is all good times. There's no hatred here. There's no hurt feelings or otherwise.
No, it's a bloodbath. It's a bloodbath.
I think Prime, something I want to pick on was, you were. It seemed like you're out of your mind, trying to conceptualize and contemplate how people could vote for Trump twice. I didn't vote for him either time, so I don't know how people voted for him twice.
Okay.
But I think what you do is you take. You perceive a specific harm with something, and then you attempt to argue that people are voting for that harm, right? So, for example, you might take a conservatard like me who opposes affirmative action policies, right? And you would say, well, look, you're just trying to deny, black people opportunity. You're trying to harm black people by reducing their opportunity to be admitted to college or to gain employment, etc. And yet I would attempt to point out to you that for example, there is a real thing called mismatch, particularly in college admissions, where you take underprepared students and you throw them in a top flight college based on something other than merit, and they are more likely at high rates to drop out, and that causes lifelong consequences. And
Brento, we got some static.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
And yet it doesn't seem like you're willing to actually either acknowledge the problem or acknowledge that this might be a valid reason to be opposed to affirmative action in college admissions. And instead you'll insist that, well, no, you just want to harm black people. It really sounds like that to someone like me, and I don't know if that's the case or not.
Okay, so I think I tried to draw this distinction, but maybe I didn't do it clear enough, right? Because I was trying to say, well, one, I think some people are actually trying to cause harm, right? I think there is a cohort trying to do that, but like I don't think all conservatives are part of that cohort. And when it comes to voting for Trump, you're saying that like they weren't voting for that harm that I was referring to. Yeah, I agree. Like this is what I was trying to illustrate with my friend, right? My Star Wars loving former coworker. That he's a person that I honestly I love him and I wish the best for him and his family. And yeah, right. Like I think he's a good guy overall, right? But he voted for Trump twice. I don't think that makes him a racist, right? I think though that he was okay with racism. That looking at Trump one as an individual and then his record of performance, that he was okay, right? Like it was, it's a hump that he could get over. And were something that I couldn't get over. So, relating that back to what you're saying, right? Talking about affirmative action, I can acknowledge that there are individuals who are against affirmative action for other reasons. So, the big word, the reason you just gave, right? There are black people who've been saying that exact same thing, right? There are honestly black people saying who gave that exact excuse, right? As why they don't like affirmative action. I don't think that necessarily means they're like, I don't know, Uncle Tom or something like that. No, I think they just have a different way of looking at things. But like, I guess what I would say is that the policy prescriptions, it's okay if you're going to replace affirmative action. I don't think affirmative action is necessarily the perfect solution to like the problem of like integration or diversity or whatever the fuck, right? I don't think it's necessarily the perfect solution. I would say that the policy prescriptions that Republicans have tend to be more harmful, though. And I think that a person such as yourself can vote in favor of those policy prescriptions and not have no animus in your heart, but in the end, the results are the same.
Yeah, see, this isn't the bloodbath that your viewers want. You're sus right now, dude. I think you're cucking out, but whatever. Well, I think also another point to this is, I think I have a really hard time listening to you and observing what chatters and your chat are saying when you guys talk about racism, because it seems like racism has become this incredibly broad umbrella that captures any type of behavior that is simply disagreeable or not likable. And for example, to argue against a policy that presumably, not even has been demonstrated to, but presumably will help black people or support black people. Opposition to that is simply characterized as racist. If you use blacks instead of black people to refer to black people, that is then used to characterize the abuser, in this case, as a racist. And it really seems to undermine the whole concept and the real wrongness, right, of racism to do that. And so consequently, folks like me, just ordinary dads out in the suburbs, white cis males, conservative, fools, we hear that, we're kind of, look, okay, if we're just going to call everything racism, then whenever you bring up racism, we're going to ignore it. We're simply going to ignore it until we actually see real racism, real tangible, practical racism, rather than this kind of imputed, inferred, implied racism that we seem to always talk about.
Okay, so multiple things. One, I would say the same thing about grooming now, right? And the way the right uses the word grooming. Just putting that out there. I think at this point, it doesn't actually fucking mean anything. And it's just used as an attack for the people that you find
an epithet.
Politically objectionable. Yeah. Rather than like an actual like process in which kids are exploited. But okay. Then you... talking about people overusing the word racism. Yeah, that's a case. And I've already agreed with you with this, right? We've already had this conversation. And that people on Twitter, and other people, not just people on Twitter, but like Twitter is like the epicenter of this nonsense, where they just overuse the word racism for anyone, right? For anything, for people who maybe don't know even if people who might otherwise be on their side nominally, but who don't know like the political lingo, right? And who will say things like, like blacks, right? Does that necessarily mean the person said that is racist, or just like they don't understand? Maybe they're a foreigner, right? And they're just getting involved politically, and they think, well, I'll just call them blacks, and then people bite their heads off of that. Yeah, that's the thing that happens. Sure, whatever. But did you think that that's what I was saying when we talked about Trump? Because what I talked about is specific acts of racism from Trump, and then later on, I believe that's the timeline. That later on, you mentioned something like this in Twitch chat. Like, I'm talking about like an actual factual racist, right? I'm not calling you a racist. I'm not calling my man Brento a racist, right? Or anyone else who might have conservative leanings here.
No, I hear you.
Yeah. So, right? Like, Trump
I know
is a
you
racist.
wouldn't dare.
Right? But like, the instance I'm bringing up, like for housing discrimination, that's like an act of racism, right?
I don't know. To be completely honest with you, I have heard the claims, not claims. I have heard that the DOJ sued the Trump family, just to throw them all in there, for housing discrimination, and that's about as far as it went. I wasn't interested in voting for Trump. I didn't really care to learn more about Trump. So consequently, I didn't dig in as deep as probably many of you did into his past to render a conclusion. I just thought he was a dipshit, and that was sufficient for me to basically ignore him and look at other candidates.
Okay.
So I'll be honest in that respect. My ignorance right here is not helping me address your point.
Sure, fair enough. Okay, but then one last thing. Then we're gonna bring in other people, right? But assuming that what I said is the gospel truth, right? Assuming that Trump really did go through housing discrimination, and for instance, right, like write the have his agents write the word C, the letter C at the top of application, like for colored, and then immediately reject those applications. Assuming something like that might have happened in the past, right? And Trump and his father, Fred Trump, were aware of this and encouraged this, right? That would be an act of racism. Easy. Okay.
Yeah, that's an easy one. Yeah.
Okay, great. That's what I wanted. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's.
Well, fuck that. No way. No, we can't do that. We can't do that to your viewers here. No way. You know what? That wasn't racism. That's just Nah, that's just discrimination. It's not racist.
No, it's just smart. It's smart housing practice, right? Like, I mean, black people just can't really
It's effective housing
assume
practice.
that they're going. All right, fair enough.
No, you're right. Those are easy calls.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So let's learn some other people. Guys, I went on a rant, and then Kobe jumped in, and he also ranted for a long time. I'm sure you guys have maybe agreements or disagreements. So comments, any one of you, jump in. Anyone? Waterkai is trying to say stuff, but he doesn't realize he's muted himself in Discord. He'll figure it out eventually, though.
My apologies. So, starting with, he wanted to say that no Muslim or Hispanic judge could rule on his cases.
Oh, yeah.
Right off the bat. For financial gain and pure racism, there's your trifecta. Two races, one problem.
Hey, okay, but give the full context of why he didn't want a Hispanic judge on this case.
Is there any rational reason why you should say that any
give the full context? Yes, for everybody.
Yeah, I mean there was.
There was full context.
It's weak, but he did have one
because there was a wall going up, and because there was a Muslim ban at the time. That should be a reason.
Well, there was no such thing as a Muslim ban, but anyways, go ahead.
Okay, because he restricted travel from many countries that included predominantly Islamic countries.
Well, there also were housing terrorists.
That's fine. I understand.
Terrorists that were... We don't know if they were part of that, the issue of 9/11.
Sorry. Who?
No. Right? We don't want to get into 9/11 right now.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm saying that's the reason behind that ban of traveling. I'm not going into that. I'm not going into that.
Fear mongering of terrorists.
Saudi Arabia. Wait a minute. What? Like if
Saudi Arabia wasn't on the list.
Saudi Arabia.
No, not 9. We're not talking about 9/11. We're just.
No, I know. No, but you brought up 9/11 though. You said in terms of the race, like
the reasoning why they were bringing up the ban. Yeah, the traveling ban. Yeah.
So,
but it wasn't for actual terrorism, right? It wasn't actually like that's what the excuse. They like, oh, we got to figure out what's going on, like, or what the hell is going on. That was his statement. Yeah. But it wasn't actually like for that reason, because then there were other countries that should have been added to that list.
So what was the reason?
Well, the countries on the list weren't like
racist.
random, because the Obama administration had a list of countries of that they deemed of concern for terrorism and other such reasons, and like one of the reasons being like they had faulty identification papers, so it was hard for our guys over here to figure out what they were doing.
Obama had the list first. You know that, right?
I remember the passport situation, right? Yeah. Like the Obama administration, maybe it was Obama, it might have been the Bush administration before them, but I'm not sure. But one of these administrations demanded that they update like the status, their passports, right? Like how their passport works to use more like additional technology, and then they were included on that list. What? Right, as a source of danger.
They don't have proper.
That's a fucking embarrassment. No, that's what, like, seriously. That's like
America has certain standards to get them in, and they don't fit those standards, so they can't come in.
Wow, that's
it is
awful.
A concern that if you're not fitting the standards that we have now set,
and then they let them in any which way, and then we let them in anyway afterwards, so it didn't matter. Okay,
exactly. Which
my point is, context or no context, why can a Muslim or a Mexican not judge a primary Trump case?
If I remember correctly, I think it's because he was aware of I think it's like a lodge of judges, like it's kind of like the Federal Society. I think it was called like La Raza. It's about Mexican heritage judges, not Mexican born, but Mexican heritage judges that really the fact that they're Hispanic and they're trying to be activist lawyers and paralegals and stuff for Hispanic issues and stuff. And so he was like, you know what, You know, if I'm gonna like have policies that can be seen and read as anti-Hispanic, and these are pro-Hispanic judges and activists, I don't want them
Here, I got a
possibly on
better
my thing because they're
rationale.
gonna be angry at me.
I've got a better
And so
rationale.
that's that.
here.
That is
It was
the
a weak
best steel
rationale, but
man
that's
I've
one of the
ever heard.
reasons
That
I
was
say
a
yes.
beautiful
Yeah,
steel
yeah.
man.
It was plainly sorry. Well, you know, I'll let the debate board go
we
first
can't,
before.
we can't have Hispanic judges because we can't have white males legislating or judging abortion cases. This is what progressives and the left have told us for 3 decades.
Are you kidding?
Where do you think
What?
Trump got this idea
That definitely
that we
hasn't
should
happened.
be able to recuse judges because of immutable characteristics like sex or race, ethnicity, religion? Who was it? Pelosi or Feinstein who was suggesting that Catholic judges ought not to be allowed to judge specific cases
Yeah,
because
but-
of their religious
but-
views.
Yeah,
Come on,
that was. I
guys.
think that was Feinstein. Because
Come
it was
on.
like a very weird quote. For, I think for Kavanaugh was the Coney Bear who says, "Yeah, your Catholic doctrine lives strongly in you." Like, that was crazy. I can't.
Oh, so I don't know what Feinstein said, but Feinstein is a fucking embarrassment. If you want to shit on Feinstein, I'll be right along there with you. So I'm not going to co-sign anything that woman says. She's utter garbage. Needs to get the fuck off, get the fuck out of Congress, right? And go to some old folks' home because she's losing her fucking mind. Honestly, she actually is losing her mind currently.
Well,
so,
I mean, she's having a Biden moment. She's having a Biden moment. So
fair
it's
enough.
okay.
But like, I wholly disagree with debate board's characterization that the left has been saying that white men can't be judges. No, it's like, hey, we should maybe have diversify the bench, right? And that will, if there's, you know, not an infinite number of seats, that will necessarily mean that there's less white men who are judges, right? But not that white men aren't capable. Clearly are capable of doing that. And so are white women, and so are people of other ethnicities.
Okay, so why can't Trump have a diverse bench of Asians and Jewish and judges and like Albanian judges and Wisconsin judges?
Are you?
Just
I'm not
so
sure. Are you
happens
actually
that,
defending? Do you want
just-
to answer to that, or I'm not exactly sure what you're doing? Are you?
No, I'm gonna
being
chill like a
serious?
little bit, but you
Okay.
just said that, you know, if we can just say if you can just say that if we want diversity, it will just naturally sometimes edge out white male judges. Now, why can't he have a type of diversity that edges out, you know, Hispanic or Muslim judges that he thinks may or may not for specious reasons, which I agree is like dumb reasons. But if he has those sincerely held reasons, why can't he have his own diversity?
And what you're saying is the exact reason for affirmative action. But people say affirmative action is unfair. But why wouldn't you edge out who is most preferential in that situation based on primary characteristics, not based on talent?
True.
Debate boy, you got something to say to me?
No. I mean, I know you know what you just did. You're intentionally obfuscating the point here, and that is for decades we've heard progressives in the left insist that men ought not to be legislating in the arena of abortion or judging cases in the arena of abortion. Every time we have a male judicial nominated to the Supreme Court, or Congress takes up something around the state legislatures take up something around the abortion issue, we consistently hear the same thing. Men should not be legislating or judging in the arena of abortion, which in other words is saying that immutable characteristics like sex and ethnicity can be used to exclude specific types of people. So if Trump was attempting to
Can I
discriminate,
cut you off right there?
Please do.
How many male judges were on the panel when Roe v. Wade was put into law?
Shit. 8?
All of them.
Okay.
So that seems to be circumventive of what you're saying.
No. The argument here is condemning Trump for not wanting a Hispanic judge to be judging cases.
So
right? That was the original point. And what I'm pointing out is like, whoa, wait a second. We're not going to condemn Trump for that because he learned that. We've all learned that from the progressive left.
That's
Okay,
look.
so-
okay, I gotta get in.
Right?
I gotta get in.
That's
all right. I'll let Wick do it.
Please,
Okay.
Wick.
Okay. So, while it's true, there are some people who will say, "Well, no, we don't want men legislating on women's bodies and all that." Those are catchphrases, right? No one actually believes that someone's gender actually has any bearing on whether or not they can be a good
No one actually
justice,
believes this,
right?
Wick,
No one's serious.
You are not in
Look,
any
yo,
position
debate board.
subject to
What you're
your
doing,
view
what
of
you're doing right now is you're taking a very, very, very small minority voice on the left and amplifying it and acting as if everyone on the left is saying that, and that's just not true. It's just not true.
I didn't say everyone on the left is saying that. I'm saying the left
concerning.
has taught us this.
Then you
Again,
learned
I
the
think
wrong
it's
lessons.
concerning that
Then you learned the wrong lessons.
I think that it's very concerning either way, because that means that there's a small but very vocal minority of activists that are radicalizing people by saying things that we all know that they don't believe, and it seems to be getting traction in popular media and on social media anyway. And
You
I
say
think that's
that,
even
you
worse.
say that it seems to be getting traction, and if all you looked at was Twitter, you might be right. But when you look at people and how they actually vote, it's pretty clear that they're actually driving people away from the left, right? They're actually creating the opposite effect of what they claim to want, and this is why I push back against it, because it actually is counter-effective to what they actually want to, or claim that they actually want to happen. And so I wish I could just come up in here and tell debate board, no one says that, but I can't. In all honesty, I can't, because there is a small minority on the left who does say crazy shit like that, and I wish to God they'd stop, because we need to get rid of that.
They're doing it to radicalize people.
They're trying, right?
radicalize
And I'm sure
people.
they're getting money from it, right? Clicks and views and things like that. You know, rah rah rah. Let's fundraise off of this. I get that. I understand. But at the same time, right? We have to, as serious people, and I hope we all are serious here. We have to ignore crazy voices. We just ignore them. Like on the right, when you hear those crazy voices on the right saying, "Oh, you know, the election was stolen," blah blah blah. You can ignore them. Right? We just ignore them.
This is what happens when I let Wick handle something that's clearly a job for me. So
Totally wasn't even the topic.
Debate board. I can acknowledge that people say that phrase, and that some people maybe on Twitter probably like believe it in a very literal sense. But the sentiment behind that is that it's less that that men can't men can't legislate on women's bodies, because clearly obviously they can, right? But it's that women aren't in the room. That so often is the case that it is men who are coming up with these ideas and pushing these policies, but like women aren't involved. I think that maybe even now that you bring it up, that is like a bit fallacious to start with. We again, Brento, we have that background noise.
Sorry about that.
No problem, buddy. But because there are conservative women who are in the room, right? But like in terms of the halls of power, it tends to be more male dominated. And that seems to be the focus. Less that like we don't have like an all-female legislator, right? Or a special female council that like handles like female-bodied issues. I don't think that anyone is actually pushing for that. But it's the idea that there aren't enough women in the room helping to make these decisions. Does that make more sense to people?
Your point makes a lot more sense than Wick's, who just invalidates people's inconvenient arguments because it's inconvenient to him. But this is the great thing about the Dobbs case, then, right? Because getting it out of the hands of 9 unelected justices and returning it to the hands of 100 million people, where there's a majority of women, this is a great thing. Women are going to get to participate in this decision making. So, hooray!
Whoa! So you think other things won't get decided on that gigantic slalom of a playing field?
I hope so.
Interracial marriage?
Interracial marriage actually
just taking it down to the bottom.
Actually has a hook in the due process, which is much stronger than a hook into an invented, divined right to privacy or right to abortion. So that one, even the conservative justices say that one doesn't, Loving won't go away because it actually has a real hook into a real amendment and not just into some shadows penumbras of the first 8 amendments. But yeah, I hope other
But
cases
can
hinge
that
on
not
this
be
invented right to
argued?
privacy, that they're changed. Yeah.
So originally, when this
can
whole
argue
thing went
anything.
down
That's
between
wild.
Roe v. Wade, all these justices, when they were interviewed, said they weren't going to deal with the statute. They said it was already ingrained in the law. They weren't going to try to contest it. And
Now
here
we've
we are
already
now.
No, they
seen
didn't
that
say that.
debunked over and over.
They've already lied about it.
So how
No,
can
we've
you
seen
say
that
it won't be the
alleged lie
same
debunked over and over.
for interracial marriage, and if not for slavery itself?
We have a bunch of people joined in. I know. Wait, I'll let you respond because the debate board came at your neck. But I do want to hear from other people who are here. I want to, like Brento, especially. I want to hear your thoughts. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, debate board didn't come from my neck. Prime,
That's
you
fine.
came from my
Tony.
neck. You're saying you didn't like my arguments, and that hurts me as a personal level. But it's okay. But it's okay because I still love you, Prime, and you're still a great guy. Even though I think my argument was much stronger, and I think like they're dangerous to both ways. But at the end of the day, debate board, right? Like at the end of the day, and this is to other people as well. We can see that the only justice who's expressed any interest in going after anything beyond Roe v. Wade was Clarence Thomas. He wrote that in his I forget what majority opinion in his portion.
Concurrent opinion.
Concurrence. Yeah. Thank you. But the majority opinion itself specifically, right, made sure to point out that this wasn't going to be used as a precedent for other issues, such as those things. So I think that while it would be foolish,
though.
Yeah, it would be foolish. Like, that's what I'm saying. It would be foolish to ignore the risk, but I think that we need to concentrate right now on getting on the midterms coming up, gang. The midterms. Like, if we want to codify this, like if we want to codify Roe v. Wade, if we want to codify these things and make them stronger and more certain, right? Like we need to win the midterms. We need to get out there and get a majority, right? Get not a 50-50 split, but like 52 senators, right? In the Democratic majority would allow us to do a lot more than we can right now.
Okay,
and I know people hate
That
that.
does nothing for the
Yes,
Supreme
we
Court.
need to surpass both Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. So we need a 52 to whatever majority for Democrats if we want to do what we want to do. Sorry.
God, that's another conversation. I want to try to focus because we've shifted. Now we're on abortion. We fish it all over the place. So before we were before I was talking about the shooting, right? And then gun violence, and then that shifted to the partisan split in our country, and then from there that went on to Trump being a nexus of that partisan split, and then we talk about Trump being a racist. So let's focus on the latter half of that. We went down that hole. So Brento, I'm sure you have thoughts.
Sure. Yeah, I do. I agree with debate board, and I feel like it's a general fatigue that a lot of people feel where so many things got called racist or are being called racist actively, and that it's just this kind of it's not empty, but it's oh yeah, okay, whatever. So many things have just been labeled with that you can't take it seriously and live a functional life. So I mean, when there's so many things that have been called racist that I don't think are, and that have been called not racist that I think are racist, that it's the definitions are too different now. So I don't think it sticks when people accuse Trump of something. So I think that's ultimately how people feel about that. That's kind of how I feel about that when people are like, well, he's racist. It's no, I don't really think so.
Okay, all right.
He's
then,
not a great person, but
Brento then. Ignore the label, right? Let's pretend label doesn't exist, right? Looking at his actions, and we can go through a whole list of those actions, right? The crowd was helping me remember things. There were so many things that I literally forgot, right? Mordecai was helping me remember some of those things, right? If we go through individual actions, like I was doing with debate board, can we not say that those things have some sort of racial tinge to them, right? Like that, those things are might be racist acts, right? Like ignoring leftists, like slapping him with the racist title, right?
I mean,
but like if we go down those things,
sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So if we go down those those individual acts, and you know they exist, right? Like you know the things I'm talking about exist. I'm not making these things up. Like, could we not draw conclusions from that?
Yeah, I think you can draw conclusions from that, but I don't think they're damning.
Okay.
What would it take to be damning to you, Brento?
I'd have to genuinely think that he was trying to like act in a racist manner and be hateful towards other people of other races, and I don't think that he is.
Okay, but what would cause you to change your mind? What would you have to see him do or say for you to consider him actually racist? For you in your mind to believe he's an actually racist person?
I think I'd have to hear him say out loud like "F those effing effers" or something like that. And have it be basically extremely hateful, and I'd be like, yeah, that's pretty fucking bad.
Wow.
Can I ask how many white people did he call a son of a bitch versus how many black
you can call people sons of bitches.
Son of a bitch?
You can call someone a son of a bitch. It's just not racist.
Yeah, let's go to Benja. Go ahead, Benja B. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I honestly, 100%, like I'm a leftist. Like, I don't care if Trump is the number one racist in America. The biggest issue I have with him is that like he tried to undermine our democracy, and that's my biggest issue with him. I don't care like if he hates me as a Native American or as a whatever. The biggest thing I'm worried about is that like Trump is like he actively tried to overturn democracy on January 6th. That's the biggest thing I care about. I honestly do not give a shit if he hates me as a Native American or he hates anyone on this panel because of their color of their skin. I do not care. I do not care. Like, that's just how things are. Democrats are racist. Republicans are racist. Like, Trump is just a terrible person because he tried. He's a fascist. That's why I hate him.
Okay.
I hate this like narrative of like why he's racist or not.
Okay.
I'll go ahead. I'll mute myself.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just was just making sure. Were you done? I want to interrupt you. Were you done? You were good? Okay. Then let's let Cricket go. I disagree with you, Benja, but like I'll let Cricket go first.
Yeah, so the general principle of what Brento is talking about, I agree with. I think if you call people racist too much and you do it frivolously, it devalues the power of the word. It makes people less likely to listen to what you have to say about it. So as far as that general trend goes, I think Brento's right. But I think the reason that that's a problem is because of people like Trump who can then come along and when people point out stuff he's doing that's racist, now people don't want to listen when we point out that stuff he's doing is racist because it's like, well, we've heard all you guys say that a million other things were racist when they weren't. So now, you know, that accusation has lost its power against somebody like Trump, where it is more appropriate because it was used in other cases where it wasn't.
Yeah, it's called crying wolf. It's basically you overusing a call like for a threat, and it's just like it just feels like it's used to manipulate people and intimidate people.
Yeah, sure. You're right in this. Yeah, you're right, but you're missing the point. Like you're right, but you're missing the point. Right? Like that's true. I'll cop to everything you said about we overuse terms and labels and things like that. Yep. But this has nothing to do, right, at the heart of the matter of whether Trump is or is not, in fact, a racist. And even if you find that boring,
I don't find it boring.
Like I'm sorry. But what's your name? Benjamin. Yeah, Benjamin finds it boring. That's fine. I think it goes to a matter of character. It goes to a matter of credibility, right? Mm-hmm. And like, look. At the end of the day, systemic issues are more important than individuals. But when you have the leader of the free world, right, the leader of the United States, putting into place policies with racially biased outcomes that hurt minorities, right? We need to, like, whether it's racist or not doesn't matter. We know that he put in place policies that hurt minorities. Regardless of whether he intended to or doesn't, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. And that is something we need to be aware of.
Matter. It does matter, of course. Intention matters.
It matters in terms of predicting his future
Wait,
behavior.
do you really want to say
guess.
that?
Yes, I want to say that. Of course, and yes, intention matters. Of course, intention matters.
So taking into account Iran-Contra and all the other fun things that came along the way.
Iran-Contra?
Wow. Yeah. What connection is there? Prime, step in.
I don't understand
I don't
the
know.
question.
Kai,
I'm
what's the
talking
connection
about
though?
The
you have
government
a connection. What
actually
is it?
pumping crack cocaine into the black community
Mm-hmm.
as a racist policy, and then instituting extra long sentences to go along with it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait. Fences were before Trump and had holes in the fences.
No, I'm talking
Just
about
made a. What are you talking about?
80s.
He said
I'm talking
sentences.
80s, 90s. I'm
Are
talking
you
80s,
talking
90s.
something that
Yeah,
generally
okay,
happened? Or are you still
then.
talking about Trump, or are you talking about
I'm
You're
talking
talking about
about
Reagan era.
Reagan
I'm
era?
talking
Yeah,
about
Reagan
the
era.
government having racist policies. I'm saying there have been racist policies before Trump. There will be racist policies with Trump.
Mhm.
And they tend to fall on Republican administrations.
You don't think that Democrats do any racist things or things that at least
They
affect minorities or have
absolutely
negative
do.
outcomes?
They absolutely do, but they're usually not the root of it.
So,
Hmm.
okay, my problem with you, Brento, no, even though I love you, buddy, right? My problem is this impossible standard, right? This impossible standard that you put out, right? Like that Trump has to say like the bad words, right? The specific bad words, right? Trump uses the N word, right? And that makes him a racist. First of all, I'm positive too, so if I can use the N word, but like whatever. I don't have a recording of him doing that. But like, but like, if you set that standard, right? Then we can't make any intelligent decisions about anything, right? Like if we're talking about like, okay, so there is the that quote that I was reading, right? In terms of Trump saying that he doesn't want black people to count as money, right? So now here's the thing. That's a quote. That's not a recording. There wasn't a recording made of that. There was a person who heard who states that they heard him say this, right? That he doesn't want black people to count as money, that he wants Jews to count as money, right? And calling black people lazy, right? So he says that and he reports that. The Debate Board makes a comment, right? Like, oh well, yeah, I didn't read this like first person accounting of this thing, right? Because yeah, how can we trust this individual? Okay, all right. So let's pretend we don't have that, right? Or that we just don't trust that source at all, right? And just look at a person's hiring practices, and if their hiring practices are them like eliminating opportunities for African Americans in their businesses, for creating a hostile working environment to get the ones that are there to leave without having to fire them, to have pay discrimination, right? If we stack all these things up, but he doesn't ever say the bad words, right? Can we not say that this individual was racist? Can we, or is at very least doing a load of racist acts?
I can see if you can infer it, and why that would make sense. But I guess I just don't think he is, though. I just don't think he's like actually someone who hates or is racist against like other races.
Okay, so we've made progress. Okay, so if we can pull back from that previous point that he has to say words like, you know, damn these, you know, N words for whatever the fuck, right? Yeah. If we, all right.
The whole. Okay, but I'll just explain. The whole point of that is like it would have to be something where I thought he was like deliberately, I don't know, expressing like a general hatred.
Okay, so you're worried about intentionality, right? Okay. And I don't think intentionality is nothing, right? I think in terms of harm, it's irrelevant, because like I can not mean to hurt you, Brento, where I can say some words and not mean to hurt your feelings, but then I do hurt your feelings, and like that's the way it is, right? I didn't want to, but that's how that worked out. But like, as was it? Maybe it was Cricket, or maybe someone else said that intentions are useful to figuring out their future behaviors, right? Like predicting their future behaviors. Like, if we can figure out this person actually is racist, then we can predict that they're going to do more racist shit. But all right, I guess we'd have to have just a longer conversation running everything down, because I think there's more than enough evidence, but I guess I would have to literally compile it for you, and like go down here. Yeah.
I would like.
Prime has
Can I respond really quick?
ignored my DMs, but I know he doesn't disrespect me as a person. If that makes sense. I know you like me, but like I responded to you and then you didn't respond. So I was like, okay. I know he's a busy person. I'll back off.
Respond to me.
No,
what?
you said, hey, don't turn off your camera. And I was like, okay, fine. And I felt bad about saying the stuff about Sky Daddy. And then you didn't say anything for a week. And now I'm here.
I
didn't mean to derail this, but
Prime
like,
looks
hey,
like he got some DM comment to address, right? Like when we get in the twit longer, Benjamin. When you gonna?
But yeah,
he's got so many DMs to worry about.
Debate board? Sorry, not debate board. Brento, you want to say something?
Oh yeah, it's about the word racist and the concept of racism, and what I feel has been like a very stark redefinition that I've engaged with, like here on Twitch and in these panels, and and that you hear echoed. And it's like the term is so powerful and so loaded because it's such a strong cultural taboo that I feel like it's just wielded nakedly, and like just people will throw it around anything they don't want, and to make people flinch and shut up. And it's just like I just don't pay too much attention to it anymore.
What about this? Okay, right. So we're not going to use the word racist for Trump, okay? All right. Well, I am. I definitely will. But like, for the purposes of this conversation, we'll not use racism, right? But can we say that if we look in terms of the span of his life, the things that we know about him, right? The things we can read about him, the things that we've actually heard him say, that we look at the span of his life, that this person is detrimental to people of color, right? I call him a racist.
No, I don't think so.
All right, we'll have to just deal with this later.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think so either, Prime.
Thank you.
Even coming from the Latino
One second. Gappy, thank you so much for being so kind as to rate us with 74 individuals. Hope you're having a fantastic night, Gappy. We are, as the banner says to your people, we're talking about Donald Trump and how he's a massive fucking racist. I think it's a consensus of the panel. I'm pretty sure. I can call it that
he's
way.
A fucking mad lad.
But yeah. But anyway,
I think we're all in agreement that he's not. I think, yeah.
What?
No.
No.
Oh boy. So anyway,
We all
that's
agree
the
he's a bad
consensus. The
president.
consensus is he's not.
we're having that's really not the consensus. Anyway, whatever.
Consensus of the panel.
By hands. Can we do a hand raise there?
So hold on. Anyway, guys. Anyway, thank you for coming through. I really appreciate Gappy. Thank you for the 60 months resub. I just got to hop off, but good luck with the panel. Thank you so much, everyone. If you're coming into Gappy's community, my name is Prime. We have these political discussions, right? We have individual talks where I go on and talk about individual topics, right? Or we have panels where people jump in. This is a panel made of audience members, so if you want to join in, you have the ability to exclamation open in chat. We do this all the time. We have these topics of a wide range of discussion subject matter, right? So if any of that interests you, hit that follow button right now before you head out. Hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live, because we do this all the time. Don't want to miss out on any of that content. So yeah, be so kind, hit that follow button. And expect social and chat for our social media. Follow us on social media. We got Twitter, where we tweet things, so keep up with the channel, what's going on. Discord, Heart and Soul community. This is happening in Discord. We want you to be a part of this conversation, right? Online or offline. So be a part of our Discord. And then TikTok, you'll find music videos from the channel, music clips. And then YouTube is where you find the VODs. If you missed anything in here. So hit us up on our social media. Again, thank you again, Gappy B, for the kindness. Yeah, sorry. Spaniard, interrupted you. What were you going to say?
No, it's okay, bro. Even when he said his remark for the wall about Mexicans crossing the border, and always people leave out like about half of the context, and there was context beforehand as well, and then there's whites and blacks always saying, well, he's racist for that remark. But when you go ask a lot of the Mexicans or Texans or even the Mexicans who live along the southern border of the United States, they'll tell you that they're totally agreeance with Trump when he said that. Because we know the reality of what's crossing the border when it comes to illegal immigration. We know what's happening. We got folks that always claiming that particular line that was spoken was racist, and then it's just like, it was factual because of the context beforehand was the MS-13 conversation beforehand when he said it, and it was referring to mainly the MS-13. It wasn't just plainly about all Mexicans. So I didn't take that at all whatsoever as a racist remark. Even when I was talking to a lot of my Latino buddies, relatives, friends, the majority agreed with the statement. There is a low percent that even in my family that agreed that it could have been perceived as racist. But if you actually don't know what's going on down there, then you really don't know the whole reality of it.
Okay. Anyone else? Especially one who had a chance to talk much?
I'll come back into this, and it seems that there are far more important and interesting things to criticize and condemn Trump for than relying on inferences and implications of racism. Even if we stipulate that in the 80s or 90s, he engaged in discriminatory housing practices along with his father. Even if we want to take, as Spaniard was referring to, out of context clips of what he said, it would be far more interesting to try to grapple with those things and the variety of instances where he spoke out before being elected president, as a candidate, and as president, when he spoke out clearly against hatred, bigotry, discrimination, racism, and the like. It would be really interesting for folks to grapple with that reality rather than to simply sit here and rely again on a majority of inferences and implications
Can I ask
about
you a
him being a
question today?
racist.
Not
There are far more
inferences.
other things.
Not inferences, but-
Can I ask you a question, Debate Board? Can I ask you a question? Because you mentioned there are far more important things to criticize Trump for. I'm curious what your major criticisms of President Trump are or were.
There are a variety. I mean, whether it comes
Name
in the form
two.
of, well, his tax policy, I wasn't a particular fan of, and I wasn't a fan of his protectionist trade policies, right? I wasn't a fan of the way he spoke about and articulated the nation's approach to dealing with COVID, or his preferred approach to dealing with Iraq, Iran, or even Afghanistan. So whether it's foreign policy, tax policy, trade policy, there's a whole variety of areas that he can be criticized heavily on, again, without having to deal with this charge of racism, especially if you're not going to grapple with things he actually said and did to speak out against racism, bigotry, hatred, etc. It just seems like a fool's errand.
Oh boy. Oh.
And I'm sorry, Prime, one more point. Someone pointed out in chat, millions of Black Americans voted for Trump twice. Now, if millions of Black Americans are voting for Trump twice, how important is this charge of racism then? Clearly for them, if the charge is so clear that he's a racist, right? Or even if it's not so clear, then it couldn't have been that important. So
No,
why
wrong.
in this space is it
Wrong.
elevated to such a priority.
Hold on, sorry. Black people are not a monolith, right? Look at me. Look at
I
Al.
didn't say they were.
Yeah,
I didn't say they were, but
yeah, I know,
but it wasn't a small, tiny number that voted for
I
Trump
know,
twice.
but you're implying that we would have the same priorities and we would look at this thing with the same perspective,
no.
right?
I'm not
and
relying on that.
fact...
You are implying that. I am saying.
Well, then
we
what
saw
exactly are you
actual
saying?
results. Millions of Black American voters
Yeah.
voted for Trump twice, despite what you guys here on the panel clearly say is a racist candidate.
Yeah,
racism for these people was not as high as a priority. I wonder if you can grapple with that.
Yeah, hold on. I just said that. What did I just say? I just said that. Yes, the Black community, we have differences of opinion, right, on these things, right? That doesn't mean that because some Black person voted for racist, and then that their racist actions aren't aren't something of concern or anything like that, right? That invalidates nothing, right? That just means a Black person voted for that individual, right? Like,
well, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'm asking you to grapple with that, though, and try to explain then why are we focusing so heavily here when it doesn't seem to be a high priority for millions of American voters who are themselves Black.
Okay, so I actually don't know how many African Americans ended up voting for Trump. It was a higher percentage that I'm comfortable with, but I actually don't know how many that was. But in any case, right, it doesn't matter, right? Like, first of all, one, that's not just Black people who are arbiters of racism, right? Like racist charges. There are other people who also, people of other backgrounds, who also felt the exact same way, right? So let's put that out there. And secondly, grappling with that, like there are African Americans who would say that systemic racism isn't a thing, right? There are African Americans out there who would excuse there are fucking Whoopi Goldbergs out there who excuse like rank racism. So you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Whoopi Goldberg is a fucking.
We're done. We're done. I get your point.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right,
yeah,
so
I hear your point. It's just that maybe it's because I'm a white dude that I find other things more important to condemn and criticize Trump on than racism, and maybe it's just a function of me being white and the way that I was raised and where I grew up and these sorts of other socio-cultural factors. I don't know. But I mean, it just seems that we spend this inordinate amount of time when there are such clearly other more condemnable things that Trump has done.
But hold on, but
we aren't limited. We aren't limited.
Well, no, I'm agreeing with him on
that. Don't do that, right? Like, you've been here for months.
Well,
you've heard us talk about more, like when we're objecting to Trump, talk about a lot more than him being racist, right? We've covered a lot more than that. We just happen to be talking about it today, but like I have a whole laundry list of reasons why I can't stand Donald Trump. Correct? Like, you've heard this, correct?
Oh, sure. And I'm simply pointing out that all of that is just far more important and practical to condemn him about than, again, inferences and implications of racism.
Okay.
You know, I can't I watch Prime a lot, and I can't remember the last time we had a panel on Trump being racist, like where that was the focus of the panel, right? Like tonight it happens to be. Give us one night, debate board. Can we not just have one night where we can call him racist if we want to? Is that not acceptable to you, debate board?
No, you can't.
You aren't my daddy.
Thank you,
I'm my real dad.
Okay, thanks for letting me go on that little trip there, Prime. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Here's my disagreement with Benjamin previously, right? So, and I think it touches in on what you were just saying, debate board. Benjamin was saying that like he cares more of the fact that Donald Trump did, in fact, as we were discovering with the January 6th Commission, did in fact encourage a coup, right? An attempted coup on our democracy, right? And encourage violence, right? Wanted violence to happen within our capital. That's a thing that has happened, and there's more testimony coming to prove exactly all of this, right? Sorry, you're just gonna have to swallow that. But he's saying that's his focus, right? Not his racism. So what I would argue is that his racism, like you're focusing on his fascism. I would say that his fascism. Sorry, his race. I'm trying to figure out how I want to arrange this. His racism is a function of his fascism. I think that's what I want to say, and that his racism ends up being a tool that he uses to undermine democracy. It's just one aspect. It's not the whole thing, right? But like a person who stokes that level of division, right? Like, how does it get popular in certain certain parts of the conservative coalition, right? By stoking racial animus, right? And saying that those are the enemy. Well, I mean, that's literally what fascists do all the time, right? They point out an enemy, that they're the problem. I'm the solution, right? Me and my horrible policies. These are the solution, right? And if you lead me, I will vanquish this enemy. Like, his racism works for his fascism. And I think that, like, if there was a more effective way for him to be a fascist, right? To be or a proto-fascist or whatever, then he would do that. I'm not so sure that he's I think he's a racist at heart, but I'm not sure he's actually so committed to that project, right? Like, I don't think he's like necessarily like a white nationalist, right? I don't think he has a larger political project that he's working for in terms of racism. So if he found another way, right, to do it, like if he could do it off the backs of trans people, right? Just saying bad things about trans people, he would just do that way, right? If that gets him the power that he's looking for, then that's what he would do. That he just cares about that he's not actually dedicated to like a whites only like America or anything like that, but like the fact that that it's convenient for a certain member of the conservative base, that he'll use it. So that's why it's important to bring it up, right? If you care about that fascism, then you should actually care about his racism. That's my response to you. If you can respond, if you like.
Can I respond back?
I just said so. Yeah.
Since like.
I just said you could respond. Yeah.
I feel like Trump more cares about power for himself. I don't feel like he cares about whatever race he's trying to impose power over. I feel like he just cares about himself. And so, like, if he can impose like the Republican Party as the dominant like party in America, and he's the top Republican, that's what he's gonna do. I feel like he's just the selfish motherfucker who's gonna overcome everything.
That's what I said.
I feel like Trump is. No, I'm saying I'm trying to argue that Trump is more of a fascist than he is a racist. He is a racist, but I'm trying to say like Trump just cares more about himself.
How is that different from what I said though?
It's not.
Probably not.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I'm just trying to argue that Trump is more of a fascist than he is a racist.
But I'm saying that his fascism.
Trump is a terrible person.
He's a terrible human being.
Like,
but I'm saying that
I'm not arguing that with you.
Racism advances the fascism. Like, that's what I would say, right? Like that. No. Like you don't think that's the case? That like his. Okay, so how does he attract individuals, right? Like, how does he start his campaign, Benjamin? Like, how does he literally start his campaign?
He wants as many Americans to like him as
possible. No. Answer my question. How did Trump start his presidential campain?
He came down an escalator. There's the first hint, and he said what?
In The Simpsons.
They're not sending their best people.
Yeah, they're sending.
Okay, that wasn't the start of his campaign, Kai.
That was absolutely the fucking
flashpoint.
That wasn't.
Are you asking me?
If we go farther back,
are you asking back in like 2015 when he was a joke?
Yeah,
if we go farther back, if you want to go further back than that, Spaniard, you
have
can
to
look
go
at the
further
time
back,
where
yes,
he said
further back
where
where
he said
he was-
Obama wasn't really a citizen and was
There
actually
we go.
voting
No,
Kenya.
no,
That's
that
still
was near the
racist.
beginning. That was near
like
the beginning.
That's still-
2013,
That was
though,
Indeed,
right?
that's still yeah. Hold on. He makes his mark.
Wait.
I mean, that's a good point. Hold on, wait a second. No, he makes his mark
Okay.
of when Wick is talking about, right? Saying that Obama isn't actually a citizen, right? Demanding a birth certificate. True, that's what he's doing. But no, when he actually announces his presidential candidacy, which is what I'm talking about, when he announces presidential
Yeah, that
candidacy,
part. Yeah.
let's just start the presidency. This is what okay, anyway. So like he comes down the escalator, right? And he says Mexico is not sending the best. They're sending was it murderers and rapists or something. It's not his exact quote, but like along those lines, like murderers and rapists. That's what he said of Mexican individuals. That's
They're
what he
not
did.
sending their best.
Yeah. So like he gains popularity, right? Through the example I just gave and the example Wick gave, right? Through racism. And through that racism, then it empowers the fascism. He gets popularity, then he stokes it for his political gains. So yeah, it's a function of it.
So Spaniard does not fascism
I
need
get what you're
another.
saying. Is that Trump definitely got his popularity through racism, and I will concede that point to you.
Okay.
It's
Is
not
that
just
a lot of it
racism,
was
it's otherism.
like the border?
But
it
I would
was
also say-
immigration. It was a lot of shit. That's what won him his 2016 bid, and I would concede.
And I
that.
would also say that he was also pretty paradoxically a bridge builder as well, because he was the most pro-gay Republican candidate in history. He was on the convention stage with a gay pride flag, and then he got the whole convention to cheer. And he's like, you know what? It's really great that you cheered for this, and he gave the crowd props for cheering for him.
That's the
which I thought
only
was
bone they
pretty secular
need?
and funny.
That's the only bone that
Yeah,
community
yeah.
needs. Really?
And then there was the
That's true. I've never seen Hillary Clinton with a gay pride flag.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah. They said Obama said that marriage
I'm
between a man and a
bisexual. That's
woman. Clinton
my
said
flag
it
right
was
there.
Between a man and a woman.
I never seen Hillary with that flag. Right
Yeah.
there.
Hillary at the time was the only the only major party presidential candidate to ever have same-sex marriage on her political platform. So I mean, I think that's better than waving a flag.
Yeah,
But
I
okay,
didn't know about
Yeah,
it.
but wait, but Hillary Clinton has been in office 40 years and she didn't do shit. So what are you talking about? You can have anything on your platform and be a bullshit politician, just like the majority of politicians have been. But I mean, like if you've actually done something for the LGBT when it came to Hillary Clinton, like what? What did she do? 40
Well, you know
years,
what? I'll look it up.
Secretary of
Hold
State.
Hold
I mean,
up. Are
etc.
we
You know what I
talking
mean? Like.
history of statements?
That's not
Are
really
we
a
talking
defense of
history of
Trump.
No, I don't mean
statements now?
no, Kai. I don't mean by like a lot of politicians put a lot of crap on their platform, right? And don't actually follow through. Even Trump did the same crap. There's some crap that he put that wasn't also not
He
true.
followed
That he didn't
through
follow
on
up
the
on.
Central Park 6. He followed through wholeheartedly.
No, I'm going by what Cricket said about platform. Hang with me, Kai. Come on, I know you would.
In
I know you do.
2000, in an interview in 2000, Trump says, "I think the institution of marriage should be between a man and a woman."
In 2000?
And 2000.
Yeah, the entire country said that.
Hold on. He's saying that he's oh, okay. Oh, wow. That he's saying that he's some
Obama
sort
said
of
that.
bridge builder, right? Are you?
Yeah.
So are you actually saying this, or are you? I'm not exactly sure, because are you trolling or not? Like, so like.
No, I mean, no, I said it's true. No, he did, because he had. If you remember, he had the gay pride flag on the thing. He had gays for Trump. He had Latinos for Trump. He had blacks for Trump. He had women for Trump. He had all these like social movements of all these minority groups that he was doing, and then he'd always throw like some ridiculous red meat to them that was like really ineffectual, but it got all like the MAGA chuds that happened to be a part of that group to cheer for him. Like when he said, "Oh, I'm going to do something really special on Women's Day," and then he wound up pardoning Susan B. Anthony for voting.
He
when
talked
when it was
about
illegal
in
for her to vote. Like, she
2015.
did some
Celebrate.
stuff
So
like
in
that.
2015, Brento, like he talked about reversing. He said he wants to appoint Supreme Court justices who would reverse the decision for gay marriage, right? The Institute National Gay Marriage.
Mm-hmm. He said that in 2015.
2015.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that. He didn't try and do it when he was in office.
He actively elected judge. He put the judges in place. What are you talking about? He's actively like that's the thing that matters is putting the judges in place, and that's what he was doing.
Even if he didn't say any of this, and he still put these judges in place that had these views that were advocating for these things, or were put forward by groups who were advocating for these things. Like again, it doesn't matter if he was racist or not, but his actions led to real harm. Right, like to real harm and potential harm, right, and that's a problem. Like and to Isle,
What harm?
right, like
Can I
to
ask,
Isle.
yeah, what harm? I don't know this.
You
What
don't
harm?
think that, for
What harm?
example, like the
No, we
way
don't
that
think that. That's why we're asking you what harm.
sure,
you're
sure,
talking
sure, sure.
about.
But the idea that where he has pushed like anti trans, and he's put judges who would be willing to put anti-trans legislation and let it go through the courts.
But nothing
You don't think
happened
that's
though.
harm?
But
Wait,
nothing
you don't
happened.
think-
Even
when-
when he
when
did
he-
put the
when he
judges,
said-
there was no anti-policy happened during the Chief Justice courts
see,
at all.
Neither did Roe v. Wade get overturned while he was a president, but it was still a result of his appointments that Roe v. Wade got overturned.
I mean, yeah, that's. I mean, I
I
understand that. Yeah,
let me say
that did
something.
happen. But one,
And you don't think anti-trans legislations are going through the court right now? Like you don't
Are
think it's
they?
going to be
Do you-
challenged
Yeah.
by
do you
court?
see
They
anything
are.
on
I
the?
disagreed with.
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know.
They
I'm
are.
asking
No, I'm
that
telling
part.
you.
I didn't
Okay,
see
hold
any.
on.
Let me stop.
No,
asking,
I
let
really
me
didn't
start
know about
Okay.
that part, Prime. I
Oh,
didn't.
let
I had
me-
no
let me-
idea if
okay,
they're
okay,
on
respond,
the
let me respond.
court
Okay.
cases or court ledges, whatever
Okay,
you
let
want
me
to call that
respond.
shit.
Fine.
I have no idea.
Go ahead.
Like
Okay.
that ass
hold on,
and
let-
scandal,
let-
really.
let-
Something that I
Supreme
didn't
Court
like.
went off.
Let Al get a chance. Go ahead, Al.
Thing that he did that I didn't like was when he did the transgender service member in the military ban, because I thought that was a bit going too far for the problem that he said that there was going on, because he was saying that the military was spending too much money on transgender surgeries, and like it was a logistics thing to make sure that they have their gender affirmating care afterwards, because you have to keep doing the care. So if people are on the front lines or doing things, it's too expensive and like bad logistics to do that. So he said, you know what, fuck all that. Let's just ban it for the military outright. I thought that was going too far, and I didn't agree with that. So I think that is one thing that I think that he dropped the ball on for the LGBT thing.
It wasn't
For
just
me-
dropping the ball. To be clear, I'll be very concise, very quick. But to be clear, it wasn't just dropping the ball. It was an active attack against the trans community, right? It wasn't a passive action that he allowed to happen. It was something that he actually did and pushed through. And when we look at these, there is, and I'll stop asking questions, right? And I'll start telling. There is anti-trans legislation moving through the courts right now that are going through the justices and judges all up and down the federal system that he put in place, that he appointed, and there is big reason to believe they're not going to rule favorably, right? They're not going to be ruled favorably for trans rights. That's a huge issue.
Waterkai, you
Okay.
want to...
It's an issue, but you claim
I
that
was gonna
there's
respond
harm
to
occurring.
Ios, what Ios said.
What's
I-
the harm?
I disagree. I disagree with that. The reason why is because I'm ex-United States Army, and if you're not combat ready, mentally, physically, you're not ready. That's your primary MOS. Your second MOS is whatever you were taught for AIT or after the fact, whatever school that you had to go to learn your MOS. So he was listening to his generals, going by that, and then also said the other crap too as well. But for me, if you're going through your transitioning, you're not combat ready. You're not mentally ready, because you're transitioning. So your mental state of mind is actually going through the transition, right? So we need you ready.
What? That's ridiculous.
What do you mean what?
Wow.
I mean, it's not
Wow.
ridiculous at all
You have
because you
no
need to be
idea. You
ready
literally
to.
have no
You need to
idea.
be.
You
You need to
literally
be
have
ready
no
on the
idea.
lines to fight.
You literally have no
if you
idea.
get sent to the theater, you get sent to the theater, right?
You literally have no idea.
You need to be ready. You need to be ready.
Yeah, and you have
need to
no
be ready to
idea
defend
about
your
the,
back.
the mental readiness
can't-
of trans
can't-
individuals who are going through
You
that,
can't.
right?
How can you
have
do
no
both?
goddamn
Okay,
clue.
okay,
You have
okay,
no
Prime. Let me
goddamn
ask you
clue.
this.
They
Hold
can
on,
be
Prime.
ready.
Let me ask you this, Prime. Let me ask you this. Can you do both at the same time? Can you be ready to battle the enemy on the line and also have your mental readiness also as transitioning? Can you have both? Can you do both?
Yes, you absolutely
No.
can. Yeah, you can.
No,
I
you
think
can't.
it depends
You know
on
how
the
I can make
role.
that
It
statement,
depends on the
right?
role, 'cause
I
you
can
can
make
have-
that
there's multiple
statement
support
just
roles.
as easily as you can because I'm not a trans individual, so I can just like state these things. Like I can just put these things out there, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm in the mind of a trans individual. I know what it's like to transition, right, and go through that mental process, right? I can be a cis individual. Make that statement just as easily as you can say the opposite, right? Because you're not a trans individual, and to say
Right.
that you have an idea of their
But
mental
he wasn't in the
readiness, right?
army.
That's like that doesn't make a fucking
he was in
difference.
the
How does
army.
that make a difference for another?
He knows
just because-
about-
no.
Yo,
because
I was in
find
the Air
other-
Force.
I can all right. Well, I can find other soldiers, and I have had other soldiers on this panel, on this channel,
Oh,
said the exact
I know.
opposit, and they were in the
I also
army. So obviously, it doesn't
And
fucking
let's-
make a
let's be
difference.
clear,
That
he wasn't
obviously-
banning people
so
going
so
through
that doesn't
transition.
make a fucking difference.
He wasn't just banning people
No,
going
what
through
I'm saying
transition.
is that
Even
there's
if your
multiple
transition was
roles. I
already
think the support
complete.
role.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think trans people can do a support role. I don't
Okay,
think that,
yeah,
I
you
don't
think,
that
sure,
they're
you
supposed to be
think. Yeah,
eliminated
you
from
think.
support
That's
roles.
nice, you think that. Let's go to Waterkai.
but
and
Isles,
then-
I agree with-
Sorry, hold on. Waterkai and Cricket. I bet you. Okay,
I'm done. You go
okay,
ahead.
Cricket then.
Okay, yeah, I looked up the Hillary Clinton thing since somebody asked about her record. Okay, when she was a U.S. Senator, she voted against a nationwide ban on same-sex marriage. She voted in favor of an anti-LGBT or like hate crime prevention law. And when she was Secretary of State, she ordered the State Department to give equal benefits to the same-sex partners of her employees. So yeah, I think that's better than Trump going on stage with a pride flag one time. And in addition to being the first ever major party presidential candidate to have same-sex marriage as part of her platform.
Then Venture.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not wearing this shit because I stole this from an actual soldier. Like I've been in the army for 6 years. I've dealt with people who like believed that Donald Trump was the answer. I've been in the streets of downtown Minneapolis with my weapon defending like the Federal Reserve. I've honestly I've been deployed with people who like know their stuff and who have been scared to be where they are. And trans people deserve to be even in more of a spot than I do because I'm fucking way more scared than I am. And like trans people, they deserve a spot in the military. Even pre-op. Like they deserve a spot. And that's all I'm trying to say is that like if you want to wear this uniform and be just like be in a spot where you are shot at or you're wanting to like defend your nation for whatever fucking reason, even though this nation doesn't deserve like these sacrifices, like that's what I'm trying to say is that like trans people deserve to wear this uniform way more than I do.
I don't think we need to rank like who deserves it more, right? I don't think we need to play that game. We can just say that yes, if
Somebody
a
who
trans
beats
individual
the
wants
train-
to
basic
support his
training, I think,
country,
should be in
his
there.
or her country, if a trans individual wants to support their country, they should be allowed to do so as long as they make the other physical requirements. Like the military has physical requirements. Like I've been to map like the MEPS and I had to do the duck walk and I had to do all that shit, right? You have height requirements, you have weight requirements, you have PT physical that you have to pass, right? Like if you don't pass, they kick you to the curb. And as long as an individual can do that, why not, right? Even if they're trans, why if they can meet the standards, let them in.
I feel like a lot of people exaggerate how much the military spends on transitioning for trans soldiers. It's not a lot. I feel like the military spends way more on contractors, spending like idiots like myself to go to California or Texas for bogus training. I have never been deployed, and I still had to go to training in Texas and California, and that was just wasted because now I'm just sitting my fat ass in Minnesota and never had to use that training. So
not to sorry, isn't that kind of good? You want to be able to not have to go to war.
Yeah, my leftist self, yes, it is. But I would rather have not spent that money at all and spent it on like education. You know what I mean? Like I like when I was in when I was a freshman in high school, my family was on they were looking for money from the food shelf. And they didn't have money to pay the high school for my high school lunch. So some days I had to go to the high school and be like, I'm just going to have bread and cheese for that day. You know what I mean? I'd rather have the money from the military go to, hey, this kid in high school is going to have a good lunch that day. I would rather have that than, you know...
Sure. I might agree with
than me wearing my uniform right now. It's dumb.
The military is wasting gobs of money on sending everybody through this nonsense DEI related training. However, if Benja is talking about basic warfighting competency training, right, equipment training, right, tactics training, survival training, etc. I mean, this is basic preparatory training that has to be refreshed, right? So,
yeah.
Benja, are you making a distinction between these types of soft training, if you will, and hard training?
Yeah, I would love people like myself to have the training, but I feel like the military spends way too much on contractors abroad or in Texas or in Florida or in Oklahoma or in California. Like I just feel like they spend way too much when like there's kids like my younger self who can't afford their next lunch, which is like $5. I find it dumb.
Okay. So
or maybe there's younger people like myself who feel trapped in that you have to become in the military to like you'll go in the military and then you'll be able to afford your college education, which is why I initially became in, even though I didn't use any of the benefits.
So
like I feel like the military traps younger lower income people into the military. Okay.
So once again we have we floated away from the original conversation, but look, I think I've ranted far enough for today. We're gonna have, because just because the bait board loves it, just because he loves it, and because I love him, right? I'll have more of these ranting streams, right, where he can be in chat and he can tell everyone how much of an idiot I am, right, and then I can argue with him, and we're both in our happy place, right, in that moment. Okay, all right, like he's smashing this terrible my terrible socialist talking points, right, and I'm just being triggered all over the place, right? These are our happy places. I'll do that more for you, just for you, honestly. So yeah, we'll continue on with this in the future. We got what are we gonna do? We are going to raid out.